Chapter 322. When Lin Fengting walked out of Huading International Airport, the rain over Huading had stopped, and the dark clouds were gone. The setting sun burned the last of its light, illuminating the horizon with a fiery red and gorgeous color. Lin Yuxian followed his father out of the airport in a hurry and said subconsciously, "Dad, would you like to eat something first?" "No need." Lin Fengting shook his head. Perhaps because he came to Huading, his heart relaxed a little, and a smile appeared on his face. "Let's go directly to Lin Pen. At that time, ask your grandpa Li to cook something delicious for you. His cooking skills are very good. When I was a child, my favorite food was the side dishes he made." When I was a child, Lin Yuxian muttered to himself and repeated the sentence. Lin Fengting's expression was a little complicated, and he whispered, "When I was a child, the Wang family of Beihai, the Li family, and the Lin clan had a good relationship, and they had frequent contacts with each other. At that time, I was about 16 or 17 years old. I, Tianzong, and Kuangtu learned swordsmanship with Senior Li for 2 years. Earlier, it was Senior Wang of the Wang family of Beihai who laid the foundation for the 4 of us. Later, the 4 of us were in Switzerland and taught by your grandfather for a few years. The martial arts of the Wang family of Beihai and the Lin clan are different. Even the 24 moves of sword of the Li family are different from those of the Lin clan. At that time, in addition to strengthening the feelings of our younger generation, the 3 old people's approach was to cultivate the strongest martial arts masters." His eyes were a little wandering, and he seemed to think of something happy. He smiled and said, "Those years were the most relaxing days for me." "4 people?" Lin Yuxian asked. He only heard his father mention 3 people. Lin Fengting's smile stiffened, and his face became a little ugly. But in the end, he said nothing and just said slowly, "Let's go to Lin Pen." Huading was not far from Lin Pen, only 200 kilometers away. The father and son got in a taxi and told the driver the address. After the taxi got on the airport expressway, it went straight to Lin Pen. Lin Fengting looked out of the window. The scenery outside the window went back quickly. The splendid sunset glow had already dimmed. The night spread and seemed to cover everything. The lights on the roadside were on. The light shone on the window, and Lin Fengting saw his face. It was a calm, almost indifferent face. Lin Fengting suddenly felt that this face was somewhat unfamiliar. He was surprised by his own calmness. He recalled the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai. He reminisced with a calmness that he had never experienced before. He recalled Wang Tianzong's involuntary actions, Wang Tianzong's clear conscience, the spectacular collapse of the Li family, and the silence and inaction of the Wang family of Beihai. Before, Lin Fengting had not understood why Wang Tianzong had abandoned the friendship between the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai so naturally, nor could he understand why the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family, who supported each other, had parted ways overnight. Therefore, for many years, he had a deep prejudice against Wang Tianzong's actions and was even a little vigilant. He abandoned his friendship with the Li family. Naturally, he could abandon his friendship with the Lin clan like a pair of worn-out shoes. The Lin clan was outside the world. Therefore, it was hard for Lin Fengting to imagine how indifferent and cruel Wang Tianzong was when he made that series of decisions. However, it was not until this moment, looking at the strange face printed on the window, that Lin Fengting really understood that Wang Tianzong's heart was not indifferent and cruel at that time. The setting sun had completely disappeared. The night shrouded the world. Lin Fengting looked at his face in the window. The face flickered in the receding scenery outside the window. It was a little gloomy, and a little brilliant. Only calmness remained unchanged, as always. Lin Fengting felt that he saw Wang Tianzong. Many years ago, when he decided to stand by and do nothing about the Li family, his expression should be so calm. Only calmness. Those friendships still existed. Those times were still warm. The Li family did nothing wrong. Neither did the Wang family. The Lin clan had no reason to condemn anything. When the camaraderie that they had cultivated to protect their common interests was threatened by more important interests or even survival, betrayal, falling out, and standing idly by, everything seemed so natural and so calm. Lin Fengting's surname was Lin, Li Guangtu's surname was Li, and Wang Tianzong's surname was Wang. Different surnames were the biggest mistake. Have I changed? He looked at his son sitting next to him and suddenly asked very seriously. Lin Yuxian froze for a moment and then smiled. Father hasn't changed. Lin Fengting nodded and said, I haven't changed. It turns out that I'm the same as them. He gradually lost his emotions, and his whole person completely calmed down. At this moment, he completely understood Wang Tianzong. But it could not change his choice. Just because he was the patriarch of the Lin clan. Lin Youxian's cell phone rang. It was a short message. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. His face changed slightly. He hesitated and said, Dad, there is just news from Switzerland. My uncle's legs are not working. I'm afraid he will have to rely on a wheelchair in the future. Lin Fengting gently clenched his fist and nodded imperceptibly. Lin Su was blind, and his hearing and language ability began to decline. Now, he lost his legs again under the backfire of the secret of heaven. Lin Su's surname was Lin. For the Lin clan, he could have no regrets. It was just like Lin Fengting's own choice. He said the cause and effect. Next, it was up to Lin Fengting to carry it out. The cause and effect was round. But the cause and effect in Lin Su's mouth was straight. He said everything clearly and straightforwardly, without the slightest twists and turns. That was why the backfire of the secret of heaven was so fierce and even tragic. If the Lin clan wanted to continue to prosper, it needed to keep Qin Weibai alive. The cause and effect between the Lin clan and Qin Weibai still originated from the Li family, or rather, from Li Tianlan. This was the most straightforward cause and effect. And the twists and turns in the middle were the mysterious destiny of heaven. Lin Fengting had no choice. He came to Zhongzhou State, which proved that he had made up his mind. He could not give up the opportunity to let the Lin clan continue to prosper. So he wanted to keep Qin Weibai alive, and at the same time, he wanted to keep the root of the cause and effect. That was Li Tianlan. To protect Li Tianlan, he had to protect Li Honghe. This was cause and effect. Lin Fengting knew what it meant. It meant that when protecting this cause and effect, no matter who he faced, even if he faced the Wang family of Beihai or Wang Tianzong, he had to take action. There was no righteousness. Just for the Lin clan. Just like Wang Tianzong let the Li family collapse for the Wang family. When it concerned himself and he had no choice, all the reluctance, unwillingness, and inability would disappear. Because he had no choice, he could only be calm. He had to do this. It didn't matter what others thought or understood, because he had no choice at all. So he had a clear conscience. Wang Tianzong was like this back then. So was Lin Fengting today. How could there be right or wrong? Lin Fengting suddenly patted the driver's seat in the front row. All the sadness, helplessness, and self-mockery disappeared completely when his smile gradually spread, turning into the most basic indifference. He took out a handful of banknotes and threw them to the driver, saying blandly, "Sir, please drive faster. I'm in a hurry." It was cold in Kunlun. Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyun were drinking. The wine was poured into a sparkling and translucent crystal cup, glowing with a light blue luster. Wang Tianzong picked up the glass in front of him and took a sip, whispering, "It's too strong. It's just right to have a drink before killing." Gu Xingyun's smile was elegant and mellow. In Kunlun City, which was extremely cold because of the whistling wind and snow, the god of war of Zhongzhou State was dressed in a cyan gown, elegant and unrestrained like a scholar who didn't care about the world. "That's right." Wang Tianzong nodded and drank up the wine in the glass. "Has His Majesty decided?" Gu Xingyun poured another glass of wine for Wang Tianzong and asked. He called His Majesty. And his tone was very natural. Not to mention the absolute strength symbolized by the Wang family of Beihai. Wang Tianzong alone was enough to win the respect of all Invincible Realm experts. There's nothing to decide. Wang Tianzong said blandly, this is something that must be done. He pointed to the TV on the wall beside him. Kunlun City was surrounded by wind and snow all year round, but the internal settings were extremely modern. Gu Xingyun's residence was extremely luxurious, and every detail was extremely meticulous. The huge TV, which occupied almost 1/3 of the wall, was playing a picture. On the picture were different states of Li Tianlan, moving or still, as if he was right in front of them. No one knew how long the picture had been playing. The two of them were no longer in the mood to watch it. He's a threat. Gu Xingyun glanced at the TV and said, I can't rest easy if he doesn't die. Then let him die. Wang Tianzong said blandly, when we go to Lin, and this time, I kill people, and you restrain them. His tone was very calm, so calm that there was not the slightest ripple in it. Gu Xingyun paused. He looked up at Wang Tianzong's eyes and asked, do you want to kill him yourself? Wang Tianzong just drank the wine in silence. He made his attitude clear and didn't want to talk nonsense. The light blue wine was extremely strong. When he poured it into his stomach, he felt hot all over, and even his blood gradually boiled. There was a trace of killing intent in Wang Tianzong's eyes. It was very light, but it could obliterate everything. Okay. Gu Xingyun laughed and said, you kill Li Honghe, and I kill Li Tianlan. Wang Tianzong nodded indifferently. Gu Xingyun simply put the wine jar beside Wang Tianzong. He thought about it and asked, are the three of us enough? 3 people. Wang Tianzong. Gu Xingyun. Gu Qianchuan. The worst one was an ordinary Invincible Realm expert. This kind of power, considering only the strength of martial arts and nothing else, was enough to wipe out any force in Zhongzhou state, including the remaining Li family. Gu Xingyun was asking if the 3 of them were strong enough. What are you worried about? Wang Tianzong asked. Just in case. Gu Xingyun shook his head and said, I don't want any accidents. Wang Tianzong reached out and gently knocked on the famous sword of the Wang family of Beihai beside him. There will be no accidents. Under the Zhongzhou sword emperors listen to the sea, any accidents could be controlled. Gu Xingyun looked at the ancient sword under Wang Tianzong's hand. He was silent for a long time and suddenly said, there won't be a 4th person. Wang Tianzong's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of cold electricity. He looked at Gu Xingyun and said nothing. Is this why you hate Li Honghe? Gu Xingyun laughed. It was well known that the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State and the God of War of Zhongzhou State had little contact. After Kunlun City replaced the Li family, it basically had no contact with the Wang family of Beihai. Even if there were conflicts on weekdays, the two parties had never publicly expressed any attitude. In short, the two should not be familiar with each other. But obviously, the actual relationship between the two was not like that. Do you hate the Li family? Gu Xingyun said, I think it should be hatred. Otherwise, you probably won't choose to do it in person just because of Li Tianlan. So, in the battle that year, the injury of that person has not healed yet? This is the reason why you hate the Li family, so you want to kill Li Honghe in person. After the Li family's accident, an expert of the Jiang family who had just broken through the Invincible Realm entered Mount Dibbing at night. This matter has something to do with Kunlun City, right? If the word hate is used in everything, I also have a reason to hate Kunlun City. Wang Tianzong's tone was gloomy and cold. Gu Xingyun's expression did not change. He said with a smile, we are not friends, never. His words were simple. Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai were not friends. But at least in those days, the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family were friends. Wang Tianzong and Li Kuangtu were even friends. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Tianzong said blandly, Gu Qianchuan is too slow. We should set off. Soon. Gu Xingyun looked at his watch and suddenly said, what will you say after the Li family is completely destroyed? Destroy the Samsara Palace. Wang Tianzong said without hesitation. The Samsara Palace was now very close to the purgatory of heaven capital. To destroy the Samsara Palace, they also needed to cooperate. And on the point of destroying the Samsara Palace, their position was still the same. Gu Xingyun nodded and said again, what about Sai City? Wang Tianzong paused while drinking. He was silent for a while, then glanced at Gu Xingyun and said, let's wait and see. Gu Xingyun looked at Wang Tianzong. His eyes were a little cold. Okay. The atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet and depressed. The wine in the pot was poured into the cup and then into the stomach. The fragrance of the wine was overflowing. Did I do wrong back then? Wang Tianzong drank the wine and asked without warning. Back then. There were many years in his and Gu Xingyun's lives. But Gu Xingyun knew which one he was asking about. This question did not need to be answered. In other words, no matter who answered it, there would only be one answer. Gu Xingyun thought for a while and said with a smile, did you have a choice back then? Wang Tianzong laughed at himself. No. Only when there was no choice would he cooperate with people who were not friends. For example, Gu Xingyun in front of him. When he made that decision, he was really calm, so calm that there was no room for regret. At this time and night. To Lin Pen. This was the second cooperation between the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City. Not long after the two sides cooperated for the first time. Then there was the collapse of the Li family and the treason case of Li Kuangtu. Then there was the silence and inaction of the Wang family of Beihai, which made countless people in the southeast group embarrassed and still could not be relieved. At that time, there was no Kunlun City in Zhongzhou State. But the first time Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyun joined hands was also in the wind and snow. The wind and snow outside the window were whistling, as if through many years of quiet time, with a familiar chill. The beautifully decorated door was pushed open from the outside. Gu Qianchuan, the first elder of Kunlun City, appeared at the door. He looked at Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyun, and said gloomily, the helicopter is ready. We can go to Lin An at any time. Wang Tianzong said yes, picked up the wine glass, looked at the elegant and gentle Gu Xingyun in front of him, and said the same words as more than 20 years ago. Cheers. Chapter 323. In the evening, the wind blew by the West Lake. The breeze and the night spread at the same time. Under the gloomy sky, the wind wrinkled the surface of the lake. The reflection of the lonely mountain in the clear water spread with the ripples, looking more and more verdant. Lonely Mountain was no longer a tourist attraction of the West Lake. After Li Honghe set foot on Lonely Mountain with the remaining veterans of the Li family, the Lin and officials soon announced that the interior of Lonely Mountain would be renovated. And then, there was no then. The municipal government of Lin and reported the matter of Gushan to the provincial government of Jiangxia. The provincial government reported to the cabinet. The cabinet was silent. Therefore, the provincial government and the municipal government fell silent at the same time. The ticket office of Lonely Mountain was cancelled, and the surrounding areas were quietly moved out of the sightseeing scope of West Lake. The entire Li family began to take root in Lonely Mountain in the silence of the high-level officials of Zhongzhou State. The higher-ups were still silent. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the Li family and Lonely Mountain. So far, including Kunlun City, no one had expressed any opinion on Li Honghe's occupation of Lonely Mountain. Most of the time, silence was acquiescence. But most of the time, it could also be used as an excuse. However, it was obvious that as long as Li Honghe was still alive, the high-level officials of Zhongzhou State would not have any objection to the Li family's occupation of Lonely Mountain. There were no tourists on Lonely Mountain, and the people had been replaced by spiritual qi. When Li Tianlan came to the foot of Lonely Mountain, in the vast twilight, the verdant Lonely Mountain was located in the West Lake. It was hazy, and every grass and tree seemed to be indescribably beautiful. Flowers bloomed on Lonely Mountain. Li Tianlan got off the boat and walked straight along the quiet mountain road. Lonely Mountain was quiet. Li Tianlan's heart gradually became relaxed. He was relaxed, but also nervous. It had been 3 years since he first left the Li family's camp until today. But Li Tianlan still did not make any achievements. He entered the invincible realm in Heaven Capital and was ranked on the divine list today. He was known as the Heavenly Son of Zhongzhou State. That was at the cost of his martial arts foundation. He became the young governor of Sai City because of the friendship between the Li family and Sai City. East Emperor Palace was established. But today, the East Emperor Palace was still pitifully weak. Li Tianlan suddenly felt a little timid. In these 3 years, he seemed to have done a lot, but at the same time, he seemed to have done nothing. He was still in a state where he had just started. His martial Dao and sword intent had already reached a certain level. But the glory of the Li family was still bleak. Li Tianlan really wanted to tell those uncles and aunts on the mountain who had always been with the Li family, pinned all their hopes on him and still persisted. He wanted to tell them that he had done a good job outside. But was it really not bad? 3 years, everything that had happened today, it was too slow. In the end, it was still too slow. He didn't think he had done a good job. If he didn't do it well, he wouldn't dare to go up the mountain. In the twilight, his footsteps gradually slowed down, even becoming somewhat heavy. There was only the sound of the night wind blowing the treetops on Lonely Mountain. There were no guards on Lonely Mountain, and there was no need for guards. Those who were hostile to the Li family would basically not go up the mountain. For those who insisted on going up the mountain, it would be useless to put guards in the mountain. Therefore, on the isolated Lonely Mountain, there was only a cold and somewhat lonely path most of the time. A woman wearing rough clothes appeared at the end of the path. The woman's face was very beautiful. Although there were some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, the stubbornness and persistence between her eyebrows gave her an indescribable feeling. The 2 ends of the road, one above and one below. The woman saw Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan also saw her. The 2 of them froze at the same time. There was a touch of surprise in the eyes of the woman who was no longer young. Her delicate eyebrows raised subconsciously, and suddenly there was a trace of indescribable heroism in her body. Li Tianlan slightly quickened his pace and came to the woman. Before he spoke, the woman had already taken the initiative to speak and said with a smile, "Young master, you're back." Li Tianlan nodded and called her Aunt Qingye. There were not many women who left Yuzhou with Li Honghe, and there were even fewer women. Qingye was not only a woman, but also a capable general of the Li family. Moreover, she was a relatively young one. She was Li Wangxing's mother and had the experience of taking care of children. Therefore, it was Qingye who took care of Li Tianlan when he was a baby. Although Li Tianlan called her aunt, it was not an exaggeration to say that Qingye was his adoptive mother. Qingye reached out her hand and subconsciously wanted to touch Li Tianlan's head. But she withdrew her hand halfway. Her smile seemed to be more beautiful than before. "Wangxing just came back once last week. It would have been better if you had come a few days earlier. I can meet Wangxing soon," Li Tianlan said with a smile. He hadn't seen Li Wangxing since he came back. But the final maneuver of the 2 academies was about to begin. Li Wangxing, as one of the 4 spirits of Zhongzhou State, was likely to be there in person. "Where are you going?" Li Tianlan asked. "I'm going down to get something." Qingye smiled and said, "A few years ago, not long after we came here, Yu Donglai, Senior Yu, came here once. He arranged some local people to send some fruits, vegetables, and meat every day. Young master, our life is much better than before." "Not good enough," Li Tianlan said in a deep voice. He looked up at the seemingly endless mountain road and said softly, "These years, how is everyone?" "Very good." Qingye was silent for a while and then said. She was still smiling, but her smile was extremely complicated. It was a kind of emotion that seemed to be happy and worried. This kind of emotion was so intense that Li Tianlan couldn't tell whether she was sad or happy for a while. "It's just that His Highness is in poor health this year." Li Tianlan was shocked. It was an unchangeable fact that Li Honghe's body would get worse and worse as he lost control of his power. But he didn't expect it to happen so fast. Now it was only the 3rd year. He took a deep breath and said, "I'll go up first, Auntie. I'll chat with you later." Qingye nodded with a smile and passed by Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan took a deep look at her back. Compared with the beautiful but numb and desperate face in his memory, Qingye smiled more now. She would also be sad and anxious when she mentioned her grandfather's body. But now looking at her back, Li Tianlan only felt that she was heroic. The Li family had emotions again. When all these emotions came together, it was hope. This was the current situation of the Li family. The best situation. But the best had nothing to do with him. Li Honghe changed. So the Li family also changed. Li Honghe's health was getting worse and worse. Everyone in the Li family was worried, but this hope never disappeared. Even if Li Honghe died tonight, the hope of the Li family would naturally fall on Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan turned around again and walked up the mountain quickly. His footsteps were still heavy, but they were full of firmness. There were some small wooden houses built on the top of Lonely Mountain. There were about 20 or 30 of them. The road on the mountain had been repaired, but the road condition was not good. It could only be said to be flat at best. The 20 or 30 small wooden houses were located in the green flowers and trees, like a small village built on the top of the mountain. The former Li family's camp had become today's Li village. The only thing that didn't change was the vast graveyard that made people tremble with fear. The cemetery was built on the ruins of Qingyun Temple. Mount Qingyun and Lonely Mountain were originally one. After Qingyun Temple disappeared, Mount Qingyun became Lonely Mountain. The highest peak of this lonely mountain had now become the cemetery of the Li family. Nearly 1,000 tombstones were neatly arranged layer by layer. The cemetery did not look gloomy in the night, but a little tragic and a little down. There was no one on the top of the mountain. Only a few lights were lit up in the small houses. Standing on the top of the mountain, Li Tianlan could clearly hear everyone's breathing. It was long, smooth, and rhythmic. This was the breathing rhythm that would only appear after falling into a deep and obvious state. The whole Li family was obvious. Everyone seemed to want to restore their peak state after many years of silence, or even surpass the peak state. Li Tianlan's heart kept sinking. Finally, it sank to the bottom of the valley. Just because everyone was meditating. But there were too few of them. Li Tianlan's face was pale. 16 people. Including Qingye, there were only 17 people. This was the Li family today. Li Tianlan's body shook, and an indescribable anger instantly occupied all his consciousness. His eyes were scarlet. When he left the border 3 years ago, there were still more than 100 people in the Li family. After the border battle, including the wounded, there were more than 60 people in the Li family who survived. Now 3 years later, there were less than 20 people left in the Li family. Where did they go? Li Tianlan looked at the large cemetery in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and walked over with difficulty. A stooped old man came out of the cemetery. The old man was thin, and his hair was already gray. Because of his hunchback, his figure looked a little thin. He was carrying a broom in his hand, and it seemed that he had just come back from sweeping the grave. Li Tianlan's footsteps paused. The moment he saw the old man, his mood seemed to suddenly become extremely calm. The old man also saw Li Tianlan. His seemingly turbid eyes lit up quietly, and he said indifferently, "You're back." Li Tianlan said yes. This was the reunion of grandfather and grandson after 3 years. No surprise, no accident. Calm as water, indifferent as night. Li Honghe put the broom aside, waved his hand, and said, "Come in with me." Li Tianlan walked to Li Honghe. He had too much to say, but he didn't know what to say for a while. Grandpa had lost a lot of weight, and his spine, which had been straight all his life, had become crooked. The once high-spirited god of war of Zhongzhou state had gone away. The old man, who had guarded the border with the Li family for 20 years and had endured and been silent, had also gone away. Now he was only in his twilight years. That was the weakness of the rest of his life, with a kind of strength that had almost been completely out of control. At this moment, Li Honghe was so powerful that he seemed to be able to tear the world apart, but it seemed that he might fall down completely in the next second. Your body, Li Tianlan hesitated and wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Don't worry. Li Honghe's expression was open-minded and peaceful. It's not the time yet. As long as I want to hold on, I can at least hold on for another 2 or 3 years. What about you? Li Honghe glanced at Li Tianlan. What have you learned in the past 3 years? My body has changed. Li Tianlan said slowly, and Grandpa, I've given up the 24 moves of sword now. In Heaven Capital, he had seen and used the world-shaking unique skill of the Li family from the perspective of the invincible realm. In 3 years, his sword had vaguely jumped out of the scope of the 24 moves of sword and gradually became his own kendo. He had completely understood the 24 moves of sword, and it was time to give up. Li Honghe nodded casually and said, It's your own way. You decide it yourself. There was no light in the cemetery. The higher they went, the darker it was, so the lights from the small wooden houses under the cemetery became more and more dazzling. Where are our people? Li Tianlan was silent for a while and finally couldn't help asking. Them, Li Honghe smiled, but his smile was very complicated. They have gone to the place where they should go. Those who stay now are unwilling to go. When I die, these people will follow you. Where did they go? Li Tianlan did not relax and continued to ask. The place where they should go. Li Honghe's tone was faint and without any emotion. Li Tianlan was about to continue asking, but Li Honghe had already changed the topic. Tell me about your experience in the past 3 years. Where have you been and what have you learned? Li Tianlan's 3 years were very simple. But it was very complicated. It seemed that there was nothing to say, but there was too much to say. Li Tianlan sorted out his thoughts and said slowly. From leaving the Sky Academy to Sai City, to seeing Situ Tsangyue's useless heaven and earth, to the primeval forest of Snow Country and the Volga River, to thousands of miles of frozen polar regions, to the mirage in the Pacific Ocean and the falling stars outside Hanggu Pass, he talked about the transformation of his willpower, the hidden sword intent after recovery, the golden retriever that followed him, and the famous sword divine punishment that Lin Fengting gave him but was completely broken in his hands. In his story, there appeared the Dongqing clan, Bai Qingqian, Dongqing Rushi, Wang Yuetong, Qin Weibai, Samsara Palace, and even the Purgatory of Heaven Capital and the Wang family of Beihai. He said a lot. Li Honghe just listened in silence, without any expression or any opinion. The Li family's cemetery was very big. The grandfather and grandson walked up and down, walking very slowly. The whole Li family was still meditating. Li Honghe took Li Tianlan back to his very small wooden house. There was almost no decoration in the wooden house. A hard bed, a wooden table, and a few stools were all the furniture. However, they could take root in such a place where they could feel the climate change, with sunshine, rain, and snow. Compared with the Li family's past, this place was like a paradise. Li Honghe turned on the light, sat down on the stool beside the wooden table, and said, So, you are now the young governor of Sai City, and the East Emperor Palace you established has received the first investment, and you have established a cooperative relationship with Jiang Shangyu. Everything can start after the final maneuver is over? Yes. Li Tianlan thought for a moment and nodded. So, are you sure about the final maneuver of the 2 academies? Li Honghe looked at his grandson who had been away for 3 years and asked with a smile. It's not a matter of whether I'm sure or not, but a matter of having to win. I will win. Li Tianlan's tone was flat. If only it were so simple. Li Honghe said softly, Tianlan, I can't be sure about your current martial arts progress, but I think before entering the invincible realm, you'd better hide your strength as much as possible. It seems that you can win a starting point for yourself if you win the final maneuver, but your opponents are the entire Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City. Your future is still very difficult. Li Tianlan was stunned. He couldn't figure out what Li Honghe meant for a moment. Grandpa, do you mean that I should give up the final maneuver? Li Honghe was silent. From his twinkling eyes, Li Tianlan saw hesitation and hesitation. The final maneuver had become the most critical step since Li Tianlan entered the secular world. Between advance and retreat, it was very likely to be two completely different fates. Li Honghe asked him to hide his strength, which was more conservative. Li Tianlan had no intention of evaluating this conservatism. For him, he had no way out. I won't give up. Li Tianlan said lightly. Tell me your reason. Li Honghe's tone was calm. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City have been enemies for a long time. In any case, my existence is a threat to them. Whether I win or lose the final maneuver, it won't change their attitude toward me. In this case, I'd better win the maneuver and let those who support me and intend to support me have more confidence. Li Tianlan said softly, Grandpa, you won't understand. If I lose to Wang Xingxiao in the maneuver, everything I've done before will be a joke. The Li family will also become a joke. I have no way out. Have you ever thought about the attitude of the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City? Li Honghe asked. They have shown an obvious attitude. Li Tianlan said, the reason why I can still live is that you are still alive, Grandpa. If they want to hurt me, they must get rid of you first. I have received the news that Wang Tianzong should be in Kunlun City now. Li Honghe suddenly raised his eyebrows. He looked at Li Tianlan and said in a low voice, in this case, you shouldn't have come back. Li Tianlan was silent. There were many things in the world that didn't matter whether they should or not, but whether they should do it or not. I have to come back. He enunciated each and every word clearly. Li Honghe was here. The people of the Li family were also here. If the Li family was destroyed under the joint efforts of Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyun, then what was the Li family he guarded? What was the point? Maybe. Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan with complicated eyes and suddenly said, if it were him, he wouldn't have come back. Who is he? Li Tianlan asked seriously. He carefully watched Li Honghe's expression and didn't want to miss any detail. Li Honghe kept his mouth shut and just looked at Li Tianlan quietly. I have a few questions. Li Tianlan said, I should have asked them 3 years ago. I hope you can answer my doubts, Grandpa. Say it. Li Honghe was expressionless. Does the master of Samsara Palace and Weibai have anything to do with you? Who is the master of Samsara Palace? Li Tianlan asked. There could be no love for no reason in this world. Samsara Palace's protection of him. Qin Weibai's deep love for him, Li Tianlan believed that there would be an explanation for all this. At present, this explanation could only be obtained from Li Honghe. Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan silently. His eyes were a little strange and complicated. He looked at Li Tianlan for a long time, then shook his head and said, I don't know. You don't know? Li Tianlan asked in reply. I really don't know. Li Honghe said with a wry smile, it was the master of Samsara Palace who found me. At that time, you were still in the desert prison, and my state was very bad. At that time, unless I fought desperately, I was no match for the master of Samsara Palace. When she came to me, she was not interested in the Li family at all. She was only interested in you. I could see that she would not harm you, so when you left the border, I gave you the contact information she had left. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and continued, what about the Dongqing clan? The Li family owes the Dongqing clan. Li Honghe said blandly, it has to continue to owe them. Li Tianlan frowned again. The identity of the master of Samsara Palace was not revealed. The matter of the Dongqing clan was another answer in Li Honghe's mouth. The answer he got from the Dongqing clan was that the Dongqing clan owed the Li family, not the Li family owed the Dongqing clan. What else do you want to ask? Li Honghe glanced at Li Tianlan and said. The muscles at the corners of Li Tianlan's mouth trembled. He suddenly smiled and said, Does Grandpa know the purgatory of heaven capital? Yes. Li Honghe narrowed his eyes. Who is the deity of the purgatory of heaven capital? Li Tianlan looked at Li Honghe and asked. Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan quietly, with a calm face. Is deity, my father? Li Tianlan's voice trembled a little. It shouldn't be, right? He didn't know who deity was. But when he thought of what his grandfather had said to him a long time ago, he thought of deity's unique skill formed by countless changes of the 24 moves of sword, combined with his age and the conversation he had with Wang Tianzong in heaven capital. Li Tianlan didn't want to admit it. But countless speculations in his mind told him that the deity of the purgatory of heaven capital was his father, Li Kuangtu. Li Tianlan really didn't want to admit it. Because when he broke through to the invincible realm in heaven capital, he could clearly feel that whether it was Wang Tianzong or deity, there was always a wisp of killing intent condensed on him. If deity was really his father, why did he want to kill him in heaven capital back then? He's not. Li Honghe finally spoke. He sighed softly and said, He's really not. Li Tianlan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Honghe quietly. So, the future of the Li family still depends on you. Li Honghe said softly. Li Tianlan nodded. Grandpa, don't worry. His tone was calm and confident. The Li family will regain its glory in my hands. Whether it's the Wang family of Beihai or Kunlun City, I will make them pay back little by little. Oh, the Li family, Li Honghe's eyes were in a trance. The Wang family of Beihai. For the first time, there was a trace of undisguised pain in his eyes. That pain was so clear and deep in his old eyes, it was like a scar was carved into his eyes. He smiled and laughed at himself. What if the Wang family of Beihai didn't owe the Li family? What? Li Tianlan was stunned. I mean, if it was the Li family that owed the Wang family of Beihai, what would you do? Li Honghe asked. Li Tianlan had never thought about this question. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He remembered what his grandfather had said to him in Lonely Mountain 3 years ago. In my life, I haven't done many right things, but I've done many wrong things. But many mistakes can be made up for in the end. But some mistakes can't be made up for today. I can only make the best of them. Make the best of them. What did the Li family really do wrong back then? Li Tianlan's brain was a little confused for a moment. What did we do wrong back then? You're right. Li Honghe smiled helplessly and sadly. It's my fault. I'm too cowardly. It's all my fault. A voice suddenly sounded, drifting, as if it were falling from the 9th heaven, covering the entire lonely mountain in an instant. You're right, too. For many things, there is no right or wrong. Only success or failure can determine the result. Why do you blame yourself, Senior Li? Li Tianlan stood up abruptly. It was Wang Tianzong's voice. He took a step subconsciously and was about to go out. Don't move. Li Honghe suddenly roared in a low voice. Li Tianlan froze and stood where he was subconsciously. He still came. Li Honghe whispered, he finally came. He slowly raised his palm. Li Tianlan's pupils suddenly contracted. In his sight, Li Honghe just raised his palm gently and crossed the air. But his whole arm seemed to be cut by a sword in the process of raising it. It was just a simple movement, but it spilled blood. The blood gushed out of Li Honghe's palm, but it didn't drip down. Instead, it floated in the air. It dyed the air red. The air seemed to have completely solidified. Li Honghe gently shook his hand. Countless beads of blood suddenly floated in the air, dyeing a large area of space red. Li Tianlan's pupils instantly contracted to the extreme. There was no air around him. Every corner of the small house was filled with sword energy unconsciously. The sword energy filled every inch of space and had turned into exquisite and sharp gaseous sword shadows one after another. "Follow me," Li Honghe said and suddenly clenched his fist. The powerful sword intent instantly spread around Li Honghe, and the sword energy quietly emerging in the whole house was directly swept away. Li Tianlan followed his grandfather out of the door. He saw everything outside. In an instant, even with his willpower, he couldn't help but feel a little suffocated for a while. There was absolute darkness everywhere outside the room. The bright moon over Lin and had completely disappeared. A vortex with a diameter of thousands of meters appeared at the highest point of the sky. The vortex flowed slowly and completely covered the whole mountain. The sword intent all over the sky roared and took shape in the flow of the vortex. In front of Li Tianlan, there were all swords. The air was completely torn apart and condensed into exquisite and sharp sword shadows one after another. The sword shadows covered the sky, the earth, and lonely mountain. Countless sword shadows were thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Lonely mountain was disappearing. Heaven and earth were disappearing. The majestic and dense sword shadows appeared in every corner of the whole lonely mountain, densely packed. Li Tianlan couldn't see Wang Tianzong. Only his voice rang out in the night sky. "Senior Li. As long as you can walk out of this sword curtain tonight, all the grievances between the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family in the past can be written off." Li Tianlan breathed quickly. His breath was even filled with sword intent, which stabbed his internal organs and made him feel a sharp pain. This was the first time that Li Tianlan had seen Wang Tianzong's sword intent. It was the peak of sword intent. Every grass, every tree, every mountain, every water, the whole world, as long as he needed, everything was the sword in his hand. It was invincible and invincible. The sword shadows that occupied the whole world hung in the air. But the entire Li family seemed to have no foothold under this sword curtain. The sword shadows were like a raging tide, covering the world, roaring and surging. This was the sword emperor of Zhongzhou state. What covered Lonely Mountain was the peak of sword intent in the entire dark world for decades. Chapter 324. The night turned into the deepest black, obscuring the moonlight and covering all the light. Everything on Lonely Mountain seemed to disappear completely. In all directions on the ground, in the sky and on the ground, as far as the eye could see, there were swords. The swords were densely packed together. The sword shadows were short and delicate, but they were indescribably sharp. Countless sword shadows hovered over the entire Lonely Mountain, row after row, piece after piece, up and down, everywhere, as far as the eye could see. Li Tianlan felt as if he had seen a sea. The ubiquitous sword intent around him was like the sea breeze on the sea. The sound of the wind was sharp but seemingly soft. It was a little cold and gloomy. Li Tianlan's breath was full of sword intent. The sword intent rushed into his internal organs through his breath and pierced his blood vessels. In an instant, Li Tianlan's body was already injured internally and externally. But the sword sea in front of him still hovered motionlessly in every corner of reality. It was like a calm sea. But no matter how calm it was still a sea, and it had the power to set off a raging tide and subvert everything at any time. Li Tianlan stared at the endless sword sea in front of him. He could feel that it was a sword strike. But this sword strike was completely beyond his understanding. He used to stand at the peak of martial arts. Even if his strength was gone now, his vision had never regressed. He could see that the world was quiet. He could see that the world was a void. He could see some of the trajectory of this sword strike. But he couldn't understand how powerful it was to have such an abundant and majestic sword intent. In the face of this sword strike, not to mention now, even if he entered the invincible realm in Heaven Capital, he might not have the slightest strength to resist. At this moment, Li Tianlan felt like an ant. An ant under the Sword Emperor's sword. The other members of the Li family on the top of the mountain were still motionless and seemed to be meditating. However, amidst the silence, some pained and hurried breathing sounds became extremely clear. The meditation had ended at the moment when the sword intent appeared. However, all the members of the Li family were completely blocked by this sword strike. The sword shadow and the sword energy coexisted, as if they were all over the world. Everyone was suppressed in place and could not move. Only Li Honghe remained calm. Wisps of sword intent spread around him, firmly protecting the space of about 10 meters around him. Wherever the sword intent passed, the sword shadows floating in front of him shattered. The sword shadow shattered into sword chi. The sword chi circled around Lonely Mountain and formed a new sword shadow. The cycle continued without end, and it seemed like the cycle of reincarnation. Li Honghe was motionless, letting the sword shadows in front of him break and reassemble. He kept releasing his sword intent, breaking the sword shadows within 10 meters around him. At this moment, the place where Li Honghe landed was the only pure land in Lonely Mountain. The pure land was only 10 meters wide. But the entire Lonely Mountain was more than 1,000 feet long. Li Honghe silently looked at the sea of swords in front of him that covered his whole vision and even occupied his whole consciousness. He saw a large number of sword shadows shattering, and then saw a large number of sword shadows reforming. What an impressive move, shatter reincarnation. Li Honghe sighed softly. Did you derive this sword move by yourself? Wang Tianzong was silent. There was only a sea of swords on Lonely Mountain, but no sword emperor. Li Tianlan's heart suddenly shook. Broken reincarnation. It was the last move of the 24 moves of sword, the absolute sword. Or rather, it was the last half of the style. 3 years ago, Li Tianlan once got the half-style sword manual from Lin Fengting. But before that, even in the 24 moves of sword of the Li family, there was no such half-style. But recently, Wang Tianzong used a complete move, broken reincarnation. If this sword move was derived by himself, how familiar would he be with the first 23 moves of the 24 moves of sword? Tianzong, don't you come out and talk with me? Li Honghe laughed. Anyway, I'm very happy that you can come to Lonely Mountain today. The sea of swords seemed to fluctuate with Wang Tianzong's emotions. So the whole world was shaking in front of Li Tianlan's eyes. The huge vortex spinning endless sword intent in the sky paused for a moment. Silently, Wang Tianzong's figure appeared in front of Li Honghe and Li Tianlan. The three of them were less than 10 meters apart. Wang Tianzong looked at Li Honghe calmly. Li Honghe was also looking at Wang Tianzong. His eyes were complicated, self-deprecating, and a little guilty. Li Tianlan looked at this scene and felt like he was witnessing history. The grievances that had existed for many years clearly appeared in front of him. In the sea of swords, in front of him. Wang Tianzong hesitated, but still bowed deeply to Li Honghe and whispered, "Uncle Li." Li Honghe laughed. The past grudges and grievances seemed to become clear with the words Uncle Li. "You hate me," Li Honghe said. "Hate doesn't make sense." Wang Tianzong shook his head. He looked at Li Honghe's increasingly old face, and his eyes were no longer calm. In a sense, in the past many years, Li Honghe was one of his closest elders. Even now, Wang Tianzong still clearly remembered the days when he learned swordsmanship with Li Honghe. The four of them learned the 24 moves of sword of the Li family, the 24 moves of sword of the Lin clan, and the 6 paths of reincarnation of the Wang family of Beihai. It was an unguarded time. The children studied hard, and the elders spared no effort in teaching. Wang Tianzong's emotions were chaotic and absent-minded. In the face of Li Tianlan, he could be calm because he was the patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai and the sword emperor of Zhongzhou state. But in the face of Li Honghe, he thought he could be calm and indifferent as well. But until he stood in front of him, Wang Tianzong knew that he was still the child of that year. At this moment, he was neither the sword emperor nor the patriarch. He was just Wang Tianzong. "You deserve to hate me," Li Honghe whispered. "I owe the Wang family of Beihai too much. You deserve to kill me today." "I don't hate you." Wang Tianzong looked into Li Honghe's eyes. "I know very well that when the Heroes Club, Fantasy World, and the Polar Ground Alliance joined forces to invade Zhongzhou state, my father's serious injury and death a few years later had nothing to do with you." Li Honghe was silent. He had a clear conscience in that battle. The old patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai was seriously injured. He was also seriously injured. Wang Tianzong would not hate him because of this. Most of the grievances between the Li family and the Wang family came from that battle. It's my fault. Everything happened because of me. I thought you would come looking for me a few years ago. Li Honghe laughed at himself. The Li family and the Wang family have walked side by side for hundreds of years. That's not fake. Wang Tianzong's voice was very soft and his emotions were very sincere. If the Li family doesn't enter the secular world from now on, I don't want to care about what happened that year. But now it's different. Li Honghe nodded and asked straightforwardly, will I die today? Yes. Wang Tianzong's tone was very respectful and firm. How about Tianlan and the Li family? Li Honghe asked again. I'll only kill you today. Wang Tianzong's tone was indifferent. That was very clear. He only killed Li Honghe. As for whether others would kill Li Tianlan or not, he would not care. Li Honghe did not speak, just looked at Wang Tianzong quietly. Wang Tianzong's tone was calm and soft. You can't go back if you're wrong. Senior Li, the biggest mistake in your life is that you educated a good grandson, but you didn't educate your son well. If you were the fanatic of that year, what would you do? Li Honghe suddenly asked. I don't know. Wang Tianzong's mood did not fluctuate at all. I didn't think about it either. Li Honghe chuckled. Ambition. Sure enough, it can achieve everything and destroy everything. Wang Tianzong was silent. But the sea of swords in heaven and earth began to shake gently. The sword energy raged and swept across the sky. Whether you believe it or not, I want to say that I didn't know at the beginning. Li Honghe whispered, Fanatic has been ambitious since he was a child, and he inherited the stubbornness of the Li family. You entered the invincible realm a few years later than him, and at that time, your father's health was extremely poor, so he thought he saw an opportunity. He wanted to change and wanted to have a say in Zhongzhou state. He thought that the strength of the Li family was irresistible, and the Li family did not need any allies to advance and retreat together. So, Wang Tianzong suddenly interrupted Li Honghe's words. So he wanted to annex the Wang family of Beihai, even destroy the whole Wang family of Beihai, replace the Wang family of Beihai, monopolize the whole southeast group, and then conquer the whole Zhongzhou state? Li Honghe's body stiffened. Li Tianlan, who had been watching silently, also trembled and looked at Li Honghe and Wang Tianzong in disbelief. He did do a lot of things in those days. Within the southeast group, the power contrast between the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai began to tilt. The power of the Li family even vaguely suppressed that of the Wang family of Beihai. During that time, you were all concerned about your father's health and neglected the control of the outside world. I was in charge of the southeast group, but most of the time I was staring at the prince group. By the time I realized what Fanatic had done, it was too late. He had completed his own layout and was only waiting for your father's death. Then he could control everything. Wang Tianzong listened quietly. He nodded and said, so you made the best of the mistake. Yes, how could the friendship with the Wang family of Beihai be more important than your son and the Li family? I wanted to stop it. Li Honghe smiled a little miserably. But you should know Fanatic's character. He was ambitious, resourceful, and his character was extreme. By the time he thought he could let me know, the general trend had basically been formed. It was not easy for me to stop it. I had been mediocre all my life and was not strong enough. At that time, your father was in danger, and Fanatic entered the invincible realm earlier than you. Countless people in the southeast group put their hopes on him. During that time, his voice in the southeast group was enough to go against my will. I didn't want to break with the Wang family of Beihai, but the situation had reached that point. It seemed that everyone was forcing me to break with the Wang family of Beihai and completely annex you. The yellow robe? Wang Tianzong's tone was full of sarcasm. It hasn't come to that point yet. Li Honghe shook his head. At least in my opinion, there was still a chance to calm the situation back then. I talked with Fanatic several times and did something secretly. He was my son, and I knew his character very well. According to his character, if he succeeded in annexing the Wang family of Beihai, the future of the Li family would either be extremely brilliant or be doomed eternally. His path was too extreme, but I didn't want that kind of risky future. I wanted to try my best to reverse all this. I even wanted to go to Mount Dibbing to communicate with your father. Li Honghe smiled bitterly. But you moved too fast. Before I was ready, you had already united with Gu Xingyun and created the treason case on the border of Annan State. When I got the news, it was too late. Did I do something wrong? Wang Tianzong asked. He had asked this question to many people. Just a few hours ago, he had asked Gu Xingyun. Gu Xingyun said that he had no choice. But Li Honghe only kept silent. The treason case directly subverted the Li family. As the patriarch of the Li family, Li Honghe could not say that Wang Tianzong did the right thing. He could only choose to be silent. I don't know if I can believe you. But even if I can, Uncle Li, tell me, do I dare to believe it? The inheritance of the Wang family of Beihai for hundreds of years, the assets of trillions or even more, the stability of tens of millions of people, the future of hundreds of thousands of troops, and even the peace and stability of the entire Zhongzhou state. Wang Tianzong patted his chest. My father was in danger at that time, and all this was on me. If you were me, would you dare to bet on my trust in you with these things? The topic that had been suppressed in his heart for many years made him a little excited. He took a step forward and walked directly into the range of Li Honghe's sword energy. Answer me, if you were me, would you dare to bet? I wouldn't dare. Li Honghe finally spoke. His voice was dry and hoarse. I wouldn't dare either. Wang Tianzong took a deep breath and calmed down. And even if I dared, you might not be able to reverse everything at that time. The hundreds of years of affection between our two families may be as heavy as mountains and seas, but I have a clear conscience. If I hadn't taken action that year, everything that the Li family has today would be what the Wang family of Beihai has today. Maybe the Wang family of Beihai would be inferior to the Li family today, far inferior. Wang Tianzong said coldly, it was you who threatened the survival of the Wang family of Beihai. What choice did I have? If there was another choice, I wouldn't have let her besiege Li Kuangtu that year. When she just entered the Invincible Realm, she went to cooperate with Kunlun City to besiege Li Kuangtu. Both you and I should know what that means. That's the main reason why you hate me, right? Li Honghe said softly, she was beaten down to the Invincible Realm, and her injury has not healed yet. That was your most serious loss. If it hadn't happened, why would you be so tired all these years? You can think so. Wang Tianzong looked indifferent. The Li family wanted to annex the Wang family of Beihai, and I couldn't agree. Everything I did was with a clear conscience. But the Wang family was not destroyed, and she was beaten down to the Invincible Realm. In my eyes, that's all the grievances. He bowed to Li Honghe again and said softly, Senior Li, it was the Li family that taught me everything in the world. There is no right or wrong, only success or failure. I don't hate you. As long as you can walk through this sea of swords and appear in front of me, the grievances between the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai can be written off. His figure slowly disappeared in front of the sea of swords and became fainter and fainter. But his voice swept through the sky and echoed between heaven and earth. This is the 24 moves of sword that you taught me, and it's also my understanding of it. All my understanding has been turned into this move, break of reincarnation. Wang Tianzong said calmly, it's perfect to use the unique skill of the Li family to end the grievances with the Li family. Li Honghe looked at the sea of swords in front of him. The sea of swords was shaking, as if the sea was fluctuating. Huge waves were coming. A frenzy was coming. It was a pitch-black sea. Li Honghe's body lit up. Endless sword energy whistled in front of him and turned into the purest light. He turned around and looked at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan was also looking at Li Honghe. The Wang family of Beihai is right. Li Honghe said softly. Li Tianlan, who had completely calmed down, nodded and said slowly, the Li family is right. It was only ambition that was wrong. And there was no absolute right or wrong in the world. There was only success or failure. Even if it was a grievance, it should be pure. I'll go to the other side of the sea and have a look. Li Honghe pointed to the sea of swords in front of him and said softly, if you have a chance, leave quickly and don't worry about anything else. He took a step forward. The extreme and pure light suddenly spread wildly with Li Honghe's straightened body. Above Lonely Mountain, the tides suddenly sounded. The boundless sea of swords was completely violent in an instant. The whole sea was completely lifted up, rushed up into the sky, and fell rapidly. Violent swords. Chaotic swords. The sword light shuttled through every corner of Lonely Mountain, like a black tide, surging and raging. The light was still moving forward, slowly piercing the darkness. In the light, a little blood shot out. There was more and more blood. In the frozen space, the blood dyed the night red. The sword light shrouded Lonely Mountain. The moonlight shrouded West Lake. The broken bridge, the ancient tower, the lush flowers and plants, the clear water, the moonlight shone down. West Lake in the night was quiet and almost beautiful, like a picture scroll that should not exist in the world. Gu Xingyun stood quietly on the broken bridge. He was enjoying the scenery. But his whole mind was feeling the sword intent on Lonely Mountain. Lonely Mountain had become the only darkness in the night. The moonlight was completely shattered by the sword intent, and the whole Lonely Mountain was dark. The pure darkness was like a void. The lake water was turbulent in the sword intent. From far to near, the ripples in the water were spreading. The ripples grew bigger and turned into waves. The waves became billows. The billows became waves. The violent force was shaking in West Lake with Lonely Mountain as the center. The lake water was lifted up in the absolute force and spread over the lake. The sound of the water almost suppressed everything. Gu Xingyun stood on the bridge and looked across the lake to Lonely Mountain. It was getting darker and darker on Lonely Mountain. Gu Xingyun gently raised the corner of his mouth and said to himself, it's really lively. No one responded to his words. The sword intent on Lonely Mountain became more and more fierce and violent. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the absolute darkness. The light flashed away, and then it was completely suppressed by the darkness again. Gu Xingyun laughed out loud. He knew that Li Honghe had taken action. But what covered Lonely Mountain was the peak sword intent in the whole dark world for decades, which was almost irresistible. Even at his peak, Li Honghe might not be able to take this sword stroke. Now his strength might have broken through the peak, but his body was much worse. How could he block this sword stroke? The Li family is destined to be destroyed tonight. Gu Xingyun muttered to himself again. For you, this is really something to be happy about. A cold but soft voice suddenly sounded in Gu Xingyun's ear. But will what you hope really happen? Gu Xingyun suddenly turned around and looked at the sky behind him. A white figure appeared silently less than 20 meters behind him. The woman wore a long white dress, but she wore a golden mask that covered most of her beautiful face. She stood in the air. Her slender figure seemed to block the bright moon. So Gu Xingyun's eyes dimmed, and there was only a white shadow left in his eyes. Situ Yue. Gu Xingyun raised his eyebrows and sneered. You dare to intervene in this matter? Why not? Situ Yue said quietly. Do you think it's useful for you to come? Gu Xingyun sneered. His elegant face looked a little ferocious and distorted in the darkness. Tonight, the Li family will be destroyed, and no one can stop it. After the Li family, it will be your Sai city. No one can escape. The Li family will not be destroyed. Situ Yue said softly. Even if Wang Tianzong can't kill him, I will. Gu Xingyun stopped smiling and said in a cold tone, do you think you can stop Wang Tianzong? Or can you stop me? It's enough that I can deal with you. Situ Tsangyue's voice was neither fast nor slow. Gu Xingyun had completely calmed down and said lightly, "Why? Stop. Fuck, you madman." Gu Xingyun, who had just calmed down for less than a second, suddenly roared and rushed to the sky without hesitation. The moonlight was still bright. But the pale white moonlight completely dimmed in an instant. Heaven and earth were disappearing and going away. Situ Tsangyue's figure instantly became very clear in Gu Xingyun's sight. The white dress fluttered in the void. Gu Xingyun could see all the lines on the golden mask clearly. Situ Tsangyue's rosy and beautiful lips were tightly pursed, and her cold eyes had become determined and crazy in an instant. The moonlight was fading. Finally, it disappeared completely. Sound, waves, sword intent, light, all disappeared. In the dark void, only Gu Xingyun and Situ Tsangyue were left. Useless heaven and earth. This was the most powerful unique skill of Sai City. When Gu Xingyun's body slightly lost balance in Situ Tsangyue's domain, the 10th unique domain of Kunlun City had been fully opened. Situ Tsangyue raised her hand. His arm lit up with a devilish purple light that was powerful enough to shatter the void. The purple light turned into a small but ferocious hand cannon. Gu Xingyun's face was twisted and completely deformed. The distance between them was less than 50 meters. The famous murderous weapon Setting Sun was dozens of meters away from Gu Xingyun. No hesitation, no hesitation. Situ Tsangyue didn't even think about it. She didn't waste time at all. The moment the purple hand cannon was formed, the muzzle was aimed at Gu Xingyun. She pulled the trigger. Boom! The silent void was broken. Heaven and earth were useless. The 10th unique domain. They were all broken. The entire extremely quiet world was completely occupied by the absolute roar in an instant. The violent sound occupied all hearing. The sky above the West Lake suddenly lit up with a purple light that pierced through heaven and earth. The purple light kept rising and dancing, breaking the broken bridge and evaporating the lake water. Gu Xingyun's body was directly blasted into the bottom of the lake by the murderous weapon. The whole West Lake was shaking violently. All the lake water within a radius of thousands of meters suddenly exploded under the shot. The monstrous waves directly surged to the sky thousands of meters high. The strong purple light blocked the moonlight and covered everything. The demonic purple chi was vast and mighty. Under the moonlight. On West Lake. Chapter 325. Gu Xingyun never expected that Situ Tsangyue would be so tough. For more than 20 years, Sai City had been hidden in the northeast. Situ Tsangyue, known as the hidden god of Zhongzhou State, was also one of the invincible realm experts in Zhongzhou State, but she rarely went down Mount Taibai. Since the establishment of Sai City 3 years ago, it seemed that Situ Tsangyue went down the mountain for the first time. Now, it was the second time. In the long years, the once stunning woman seemed to be silent with the ice and snow on Mount Taibai. She seemed to have forgotten the whole world and kept silent, as if nothing had anything to do with her. Gu Xingyun and Wang Tianzong joined hands. They had thought that Situ Tsangyue would come, but neither of them expected that she would express her position so fiercely and resolutely. Among the 12 murderous weapons, Setting Sun's power was average, but its energy storage time was the fastest. It was the most suitable weapon for some forces with insufficient foundation. After all, no matter how weak the power of a murderous weapon was, it could directly threaten the life and death of an invincible realm expert. Situ Tsangyue and Gu Xingyun were only dozens of meters away. The distance was too close. The moment the setting sun finished storing energy and lit up, it had shattered the domains of the two invincible realm experts and directly exploded in front of Gu Xingyun's chest. For hundreds of years, since the appearance of the murderous weapon in the Dark World, this was the first time that a murderous weapon had fired at a person in its own country or force. Situ Tsangyue's action was so abrupt and determined that Gu Xingyun had no time to react. The surging purple light covered the whole lake, and the majestic power turned into a purple light beam visible to the naked eye. The deafening roar suppressed Gu Xingyun's furious roar. The destructive energy suppressed Gu Xingyun and directly blasted him to the bottom of the lake. Destroyed. Torn. Twisted. For the first time in his life, Gu Xingyun was so frightened. He could clearly feel the surging power tearing every inch of his flesh and blood, twisting his internal organs, as if it wanted to completely destroy his whole body here. He was hit by the murderous weapon at such a close distance, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped all his consciousness. He couldn't die. As the only pillar of Kunlun City now, how could he die here without any psychological preparation when Kunlun City had a bright future? Blood burst out from every corner of Gu Xingyun's body and turned into a blood mist, dyeing the lake red. Gu Xingyun's eyes also became red. The lake water was constantly surging in the chaotic energy. Through the clear water, Gu Xingyun could vaguely see Situ Tsangyue's white dress above the lake. He suddenly became extremely angry and resentful. B*TCH. This slut. Those who had been played by Li Kuangtu were all bitches. Do you feel so good after being played by Li Kuangtu? So much so that you couldn't forget it for more than 20 years. The muscles all over Gu Xingyun's body began to swell. Absolute power surged in his body, and his eyes were scarlet and tyrannical. He didn't want to die. At the very least, he didn't want to die in the hands of these lowly women. The purple light pressed against his chest. The violent destructive power bombarded Gu Xingyun at an unimaginable speed. Gu Xingyun opened his mouth and roared. He was at the bottom of the lake, but the moment he opened his mouth, all the lake water within a radius of 1,000 meters was instantly pushed out with him as the center. 9th Nether Impasse. 10th Unique Domain. The 2 domains of the 10 skills of true martial arts were constantly superimposed, and the deep lake suddenly began to boil and surge. Sword light appeared around Gu Xingyun. Layers of sword light flew wildly around him, like a blooming flower. The flower turned into a complicated sword formation. The sword formation suddenly formed a storm. The 8th Supreme Sword Dance. Countless sword lights whizzed and spun around him, layer after layer, without end. Gu Xingyun's body had been completely shrouded by the sword light, which was still rotating. Countless sword shadows passed through the void around Gu Xingyun, spread into the lake, and flew wildly in the area within a radius of 1,000 meters. The place where Gu Xingyun stood formed a tornado completely composed of sword light. The tornado spread at the bottom of the lake, and the whole lake surface was undulating in the storm. The surging and strange purple light kept rushing into the lake. West Lake turned purple in the night. The lake surface turned into a crazy whirlpool. The monstrous waves kept rising with purple light. Situ Tsangyue raised one hand high. The purple sun in her palm was constantly expanding. Looking from a distance, Situ Tsangyue, who was delicate and slim, seemed to be holding a sun in her hand. Gu Xingyun's cold roar had rushed out of the bottom of the lake. The purple light was still moving forward. But the sword light rotated and scattered the purple light. Then it drove the lake water to rotate and fly out again, condensing in Situ Tsangyue's hand. The power of the murderous weapon still existed. However, Gu Xingyun broke out regardless of the consequences. The defense of the 8th Supreme Sword Dance had reached the limit. The sword light formed a storm. Every time the storm rotated, it drove the power of the murderous weapon to be constantly reflected to Situ Tsangyue. Gu Xingyun used his own unique skill to force Situ Tsangyue to bear the power of the setting sun with him. Situ Tsangyue's face was pale. She raised her palm again. One hand became 2 hands. The purple sun above her hands was getting bigger and bigger. The surging waves of purple light had condensed into a huge ball in her hand, with Situ Tsangyue's own sword intent, Gu Xingyun's sword intent, and the power of the murderous weapon. The ball kept expanding. He borrowed the enemy's power for his own use. How familiar was this scene? All-embracing collection. There was only one word difference between this move and all-embracing collection, but their martial arts concepts were surprisingly consistent. However, compared with the unique skill of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, which was famous in the Dark World, Situtsangyue's all-embracing collection obviously could not make good use of the enemy's power. She could also borrow the enemy's power for her own use, but she was constantly bearing the power reflected by the enemy in the whole process. Situtsangyue. In an instant, Gu Xingyun's roar had sounded at the bottom of the lake and surged to the sky. The whole lake was almost completely overturned in the rotating storm of sword intent. The domain around Gu Xingyun continued to shrink and spread. He was covered in blood and was about to rush out of the lake. A touch of madness suddenly flashed in Situtsangyue's eyes. Her white dress was fluttering in the air. Her body suddenly tightened. The purple sun condensed on her hands flew out and was directly smashed to the bottom of the lake by her. The purple light was dazzling to the extreme in an instant. The moment the storm rushed out of the lake, the scorching sun fell. The whole West Lake seemed to be silent for a moment. For an eternal moment, everything seemed to freeze in an instant. Then it was the most thorough destruction. The dazzling lightning flashed in the surging lake water along with the purple light, and a mountain rose from the violent lake surface. The mountain rose abruptly, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. At the moment when the 10th unique domain and heaven and earth collided, the mountain rising from the lake seemed to be frozen in the void forever. The purple light flashed in the void, with the strongest power of the two invincible realm experts on the divine list, and suddenly exploded in the void. The mountain burst into pieces in an instant, with immeasurable sword intent and immeasurable light. There seemed to be the sound of a flash flood in the air. What rose from the lake in an instant was not a mountain at all, but a huge white wave that reached a height of 1,000 meters. The void disappeared, and the huge wave collapsed. The huge wave turned into a raging tide that could cover everything, surging and beating everything around it. The broken bridge, the flat ground, and the dense flowers and plants suddenly became broken and fragmented with the beating of the huge wave. In the area where the two fought, the area with a radius of 1,000 meters became a real absolute domain in an instant. The demonic purple light completely dimmed. Situtsangyue's white dress fluttered. Her body swayed in the air, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Xingyun, who was covered in blood, suddenly rushed out of the lake. Without looking at Situtsangyue, he flew directly to the southwest. Far away from Lonely Mountain, the moonlight turned into a clear glow and shone down. It was lonely. Situtsangyue, whose face was pale, suddenly stood up straight in the air. Her figure flashed in the air, and there were suddenly countless residual shadows under the night sky. Her white clothes fluttered in the residual shadows. Instead of chasing Gu Xingyun, she rushed directly in the direction of Lonely Mountain. Around Lonely Mountain, the mountains and rivers had been completely connected by the sword intent. The violent sword intent formed a sea. The endless sword shadows turned into the water in the sea. Between the sword shadows, there were huge waves and surging tides. The sword shadows filled the top and bottom of Lonely Mountain, and there was no place to stand. This was a real overwhelming sword shadow that filled all the fields of vision. It shuttled back and forth endlessly. On Lonely Mountain, all the flowers and trees were torn apart, and huge cracks began to appear on the solid ground. The deep darkness became deeper and deeper. In front of Situtsangyue, there was nothing but swords and swords. Only those who saw the magnificent scene of this sword could really understand what the 4 words, Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State, meant. Situtsangyue raised her head and looked at the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was already a pure darkness without the slightest light. It enveloped everything, as if it would never change. Situtsangyue took a deep breath and stepped onto Lonely Mountain. Around her, thousands of sword shadows suddenly surged like a tide and rain, completely drowning her figure in an instant. Situtsangyue was climbing the mountain. Military Counselor was also climbing the mountain. However, when Situtsangyue just started to take a step, Military Counselor had reached the top of the mountain. The top of Mount Dibing was the most magnificent. The endless vast palaces stretched all the way among the flowers and plants, and there were countless pavilions and terraces. Standing on the top of Mount Dibing, no matter from which angle, it was the most beautiful scenery. For the enemies of the Wang family of Beihai, the mountain was full of scenery. The foot of the mountain was full of traps. Climbing the mountain was more difficult than going to the sky. This sentence was the most suitable to describe Mount Dibing. Under this not-so-steep mountain, more than 50,000 elite troops were stationed almost all the year round. Moreover, they were well-equipped and had excellent cooperative combat ability. These 50,000 troops were the famous internal defense force of the Wang family of Beihai. An elite force that could be called a trump card in any country. The internal defense force of the Wang family of Beihai could monitor almost every corner of every road in Mount Dibing and make the fastest response in the shortest time. If any enemy wanted to enter Mount Dibing, it was impossible to bypass the internal defense force of the royal family. If it was a strong attack, even if the 50,000 troops could hold on for a while, it was enough to hold on until nearly 300,000 troops of the Beihai military region came to support. The Wang family of Beihai was very strong. The defense of Mount Dibing was very strong. But all this was meaningless for military counselor. The internal defense force could indeed monitor every corner outside the core area of Mount Dibing. But they couldn't stop the mole from the Wang family of Beihai. So he came to Mount Dibing. He even brought a full set of combat equipment. The plan is going well. In a palace on the top of Mount Dibing for guests, military counselor turned around and looked at his companions in front of him. If there is no problem, put on the equipment now. Our information is very reliable. The internal defense force will change shifts at 11 o'clock tonight. At that time, there will be about a 3-minute gap in their dispatch. Our friends in the Wang family of Beihai can buy us 2 minutes. Plus the time when we take action, the people on the top of the mountain give a warning and the first batch of elites of the internal defense force arrive at the top of the mountain, we can take action in about 10 minutes. He looked deeply at the figures standing side by side in the dark and said respectfully, "Do you have any questions?" "No problem." Beside military counselor, in the dark, there were 10 men in black lined up. They went up the mountain tonight and didn't intend to go down in one piece. They were men of sacrifice. No matter how high their martial arts realm was, men of sacrifice were men of sacrifice. Men of sacrifice didn't need to have problems. Their only task was to die. I can guarantee that everything you've done tonight will be worth it. For your former highness, for your current highness, and for your future highness. Saint walked out of the darkness and said solemnly, "Everything tonight is definitely worth it." Next to Saint stood the Duke and the General. Everyone stood in the darkness, their faces blurry and indistinct. The 10 men in black stood quietly and breathed steadily. "Put on the equipment." Military counselor took a deep look at the 10 men of sacrifice in front of him and waved his hand. The men in black began to move. The 4 super masters of samsara also moved. The equipment they needed tonight had been placed in the dark hall several days in advance, just waiting for their action tonight. Some experts of the Wang family of Beihai living on the top of Mount Dibing were also transferred to other places for some seemingly coincidental or inevitable reasons. Tonight's action was a plan made by the internal and external cooperation of the Wang family of Beihai. It had been prepared for a long time and now everything was ready. Military counselor picked up his equipment. In the darkness, it was a black armor. The armor was extremely heavy and reflected a dim light in the darkness. The effect of this armor was almost zero in the actual combat. But tonight, it was destined to play a huge role. Larman elastic alloy. It was the latest research result of the Germanic military. It was a super strong alloy that could be used in the latest generation of main battle tanks, but now it was made into armor. The only advantage of the armor was that it was strong. It was strong and not easy to destroy. The disadvantage was that it was heavy. "I hate this thing." The military advisor sighed and put on the armor that weighed more than 100 kilograms. Saint, General, Duke, and military counselor. The 4 super masters of samsara all put on their equipment. The 10 black-clothed men donned armor and stood in a row again. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. "The 4 of us will wait here and give the last blow." Military counselor's body was in the armor. His voice buzzed in the hood. Everyone, have a safe trip. Among the 10 men in black, the leader reached out his hand and patted his chest. Then he turned around and walked out of the hall. 10 men in black. Under the 10 metal helmets, there was a calm and indifferent face. They were not afraid of death. Because in the hearts of the world, they had been dead for many years. Death was freedom. So they had been free for many years. They didn't care where they died, as long as their death was worthwhile. The 10 men walked out of the hall one by one. When they walked out of the hall, the man in black at the front turned around and looked at the 4 supermasters of samsara in the darkness. Saint and military counselor stood at the front, looking solemn and solemn. They said one sentence respectively. Only 2 words. One sentence was, "Don't worry." One sentence was worth it. The man in black smiled. Under the hood, his face was a little blurred. Since it was worthwhile to die tonight, there was nothing to worry about. Maybe there were some regrets. They didn't see the day when the young master really ruled the dark world. As for death, there was really nothing to be afraid of. They had been dead for too many years. Their graves were now in Linpen. Among the tombstones, there were their names. The men in black turned around and began to move forward. They walked out of the hall that was specially used to receive guests. Ahead was the Emperor Hall, which symbolized the status on Mount Dibbing. It was different from the stage of Formidable Person, the Holy Land of Mount Dibbing. It was different from the World Palace. The Emperor Hall was where Wang Tianzong lived. It was located in the center of Mount Dibbing. Several core laboratories on Mount Dibbing, as well as some secret places such as underground munitions factories, were all behind the Emperor Hall. The eyes of the 10 men in black gradually became sharp. In the night, they sped up. Faster and faster. Their armor, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, made a sound as they moved. 10 people. 3 people in a group. As the leader, the man in black was in his own group. The 10 people began to disperse. They began to run. They strode wildly. The ground on Mount Dibbing rumbled. Who? The guards on Mount Dibbing found the abnormality at the first time and instinctively raised the muzzle in their hands. But the 10 people in different directions did not slow down. With great power, they hit the guards and directly rushed to the Emperor Hall. Kill! The man in black in a single group suddenly roared. There seemed to be a muffled thunder on Mount Dibbing. The shining blue light suddenly rose to the sky. The thunder light was like a waterfall, directly covering the entire Emperor Hall. The light spread over Mount Dibbing. For a moment, the eyes of the 4 supermasters of samsara were focused in front of the Emperor Hall. Wang Tianzong was not on Mount Dibbing. The Emperor Hall was the whole meaning of their action tonight. Endless thunder light continued to explode in the air. The sky seemed to turn blue. But in the suddenly focused eyes of military counselor Saint, the tall front door of the Emperor Hall opened quietly. In the blink of an eye, the dark blue curtain of night completely disappeared. There was a dim yellow between heaven and earth. Time seemed to be flowing backward, from night to dusk. The dim yellow light enveloped the entire Emperor Hall. The sword light did not seem to appear, but in front of the Emperor Hall, there was sword light everywhere. Every ray of dim yellow light was a sword. An invincible sword. An extremely explosive sword. The man in black who rushed to the Emperor Hall first roared and melted in the dim yellow sword light. Then the brighter blue thunder light lit up, and the target was still the Emperor Hall. The dusk seemed to be flowing, and the sword light kept spreading. There seemed to be a sunset in the night. The sun was setting. The sword light in the night was brighter. A slim and beautiful figure flew out of the Emperor Hall and stood on the eaves above the Emperor Hall. The setting sun rose again in the night. The dim yellow light directly enveloped the entire Mount Dibbing in a flash. The night completely dissipated. The woman on the Emperor Hall waved her hand forward. In the night sky, the dim yellow light suddenly expanded and spread. It was silent, but so beautiful and so dangerous. The woman's long hair kept dancing in the sword light. At this moment, everyone saw her face. That beautiful face was full of coldness and majesty at this time. Summer Solstice. Chapter 326. It was not the first time that military counselor had seen summer solstice. He was the second super master in the Samsara palace. But if he took off his cloak and came to Mount Dibing, the hostess of the Wang family of Beihai had to accompany Wang Tianzong, no matter how indifferent she was to the world. This was the minimum respect. Military counselor had been to Mount Dibing before. Therefore, in his eyes, Xia Ji was an innocent, lively and intelligent girl. She didn't have any schemes. Even though she was middle-aged, her heart was still as clear as glass and carefree. She was a woman who had been carefully protected and even spoiled by Wang Tianzong. She was so simple as if she lived in a fairy tale world. This was summer solstice in military counselor's eyes. But now, looking at the woman standing quietly above Emperor Palace, military counselor even felt that he had hallucinations. Summer solstice had no schemes. But she had a sword. She had a sword. She had majesty. That was indescribable strength and majesty. The dark night completely faded in front of Emperor Palace. The dim yellow sword light silently extended to every space in front of the palace. A large amount of sword light gathered and did not disperse, directly forming a setting sun above summer solstice. The setting sun became more and more blazing, so the sword intent became purer. This was another expert at the peak of the invincible realm in the Wang family of Beihai. The hostess, who had always played the role of a silly and sweet person in the Wang family of Beihai, might not be interested in strategies and general trends, and she had always enjoyed Wang Tianzong's pampering. It seemed that she had never done anything for the Wang family of Beihai. She didn't need to do anything. Just as Wang Tianzong said. She was beautiful, good at cooking, and could look after the house. Shouldn't a real hostess be like this? Even if she didn't do anything, as long as she was still in Mount Dibing, Wang Tianzong would have no worries wherever he went. And did she really not do anything? No one knew. But at least Wang Tianzong knew. Many years ago, when he was about to break through to the invincible realm, if summer solstice hadn't gone to the border and made up for the vital combat capability of the invincible realm in the lineup to besiege Li Guangtu, it might not have been the Li family but the Wang family of Beihai who had committed treason and collapsed. If she hadn't tried her best to break Li Guangtu's murderous weapon, Infinite Sky, at the very beginning, she wouldn't have been knocked down from the invincible realm, and she wouldn't have been seriously injured to this day. She had yet to recover from her injuries. But when Wang Tianzong was absent, she could still draw her sword. She had once fallen from the invincible realm, and her foundation had been completely loose. But after more than 20 years of accumulation, even if she was in a special state, when she pulled out the sword now, the sword intent that burst out was still at the peak of the invincible realm. Summer solstice stretched out her hand, her slender and white fingers grasped behind her. It was a famous sword of the Wang family of Beihai that had not been seen for many years. The body of the sword was slender and simple. The sword was named Autumn Water. The dim yellow sword light scattered in all directions, covering every corner in front of the Emperor Hall. The men of sacrifice who were determined to die were still charging forward. Everyone recognized Xia Ji's sword. In the dim sword light, it was the 24 moves of sword belonging to the Li family. Ninth blade, dusk. With their background, dying under this sword was truly an indescribable irony and desolation. In an instant, the lightning in the dusky world became frenzied. The blue lightning bloomed densely, as if to tear the whole dusk apart. Summer solstice's palm suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword. The sound of the long sword being unsheathed echoed over Mount Dibing. The setting sun gathered at the end of the sword, energy instantly leaped up again. The night had been completely dispelled. The top of Mount Dibing was full of the dusk. The dusk gently shook. All the lightning was directly suppressed, and there was no sound. The autumn water behind summer solstice was unsheathed. The sword light was bright. The sword intent surged again. The dim yellow sword light seemed soft, but it quietly twisted the armor of all the men of sacrifice. Blood spurted out of the armor, reflecting in the dusk, which looked extremely cruel. The remaining group of men of sacrifice was still charging. Even if they were to die, they would die on the way of charging. Summer Solstice's cold and slightly dignified expression did not change at all, but her delicate eyebrows were slightly raised. The long sword Autumn Water was completely unsheathed. The sword light was brilliant. The dim dusk suddenly became chaotic and violent. High up in the sky, the setting sun gathered a lot of rich sword energy and went straight up as the bright sword light was unsheathed. The dusk dissipated in the frenzy. The light on Mount Dibbing multiplied, suppressing the lights, getting brighter and brighter. It was already late at night in Beihai province. But Mount Dibbing lit up with real light. Sunshine. The setting sun gathered by the sword intent had completely turned into a scorching sun. Flowers bloomed under the scorching sun. Summer Solstice's graceful body rotated wildly with the sword, like a grand but extremely dangerous dance. The monstrous sword light spread like a flower. Summer Solstice rotated faster and faster. The scorching sun in the sky had completely disappeared, and the light on Mount Dibbing was even brighter. A little flame appeared at the tip of Summer Solstice's sword. As her figure danced, the flames suddenly created a wave of fire that could cover everything. The monstrous sword light raged with the raging fire. The last group of men of sacrifice didn't even have time to do anything. They were directly swallowed by the fire wave and turned into nothingness in the sword intent all over the sky. The eighth blade, burning sky. Summer Solstice's body shook. The spreading fire began to converge toward her. On the top of Mount Dibbing, in the gathering fire, a touch of snow suddenly rose. The moment the sword light as cold as snow lit up, Mount Dibbing was full of thunder. The violent blue electric arcs covered everything without warning. Just at the moment when Summer Solstice withdrew her sword and relaxed. This was a real sneak attack and assassination. The means were not despicable and insidious, but the timing was just right. Saint broke open the alloy armor on his body. This was his fastest sword, and also his strongest sword in the state of Holy Disciple. The sword intent of this sword was still at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, but its destructive power seemed to have entered the invincible realm. Military Counselor was a little slower than Saint. General and Duke rushed up side by side. Thunder light. There was only thunder light. The thunder light all over the mountains and plains was completely connected, like a sky covering the night sky, directly shrouding Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice's dress fluttered wildly in the violent sword intent. She held Autumn Water tightly in her hand, pointed the sword down, and suddenly stabbed into the Emperor Palace under her feet. From the moment she appeared to the present, she only made 3 sword moves. The moment the third sword move was made, Summer Solstice's aura instantly became weak. But the invisible and intangible sword intent smashed the thunder light all over the sky in an instant. The setting sun dissipated. The scorching sun dissipated. The thunder light dissipated. The top of Mount Dibbing became the purest and deepest black, and only the sword intent was whistling in the quietest darkness. The unique skill of the Wang family of Beihai. Sword of King Wei. In the thick darkness, there was a clear sound of weapons breaking. The sword light swept over Mount Dibbing. The thunder light lit up in the darkness for a moment, and then disappeared completely. Summer Solstice tightly pursed her red lips and endured it. Her cold eyes looked directly to the east of Mount Dibbing. In the night that was restored to peace, 2 figures, each carrying a figure, staggered and disappeared into the night. The wind on Mount Dibbing blew over. The sound of the waves at the foot of the mountain also became clear. The corner of Summer Solstice's mouth moved. She couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, which dyed the eaves of Emperor Palace red. She looked at her blood with complicated eyes. The sneak attack tonight was nothing to her. She was at the peak of the invincible realm. Except for the experts at the peak of the invincible realm, almost no one could hurt her. No one could hurt her tonight. However, Her body could no longer bear the burden of her own sword intent. Summer Solstice sighed softly. Her figure flickered and returned to Emperor Palace. The internal security forces of the Wang family of Beihai, who reacted the fastest, had already rushed to the top of the mountain. But they only saw the door of Emperor Palace slowly closing. "It's okay." Summer Solstice's cold and indifferent voice came from inside. "Don't inform Tianzong." The sword energy on Mount Dibing fell. The sword energy on Mount Dibing had reached its peak. The sword intent was like the sea. The sky and the sea were aligned. In the deep and silent darkness, Mount Dibing, West Lake, and everything else seemed to have completely disappeared. Only the turbulent sea of swords was left. Vibration. The whole Mount Dibing was shaking under the completely violent sword intent. The whole sea of swords had gone completely crazy. The vast sword intent fell endlessly in the air, and the sword energy rose into the sky. The mighty sword shadows shuttled in every corner of Mount Dibing. The flowers, plants, and trees on Mount Dibing, which had been nourished by the fate of the dragon vein, had been completely shattered and disappeared in the turbulence of the sea of swords. The once flourishing Mount Dibing was now only a bare mountain. The mountain gradually cracked in the raging sword intent, and the endless sword shadows did not seem to have a tendency to dissipate and reduce at all. Instead, there were more and more. Li Honghe moved forward slowly in the sea of swords. His pace was extremely steady, but also extremely slow. He didn't know where Wang Tianzong was. But he knew Wang Tianzong's character. So he went straight forward. As long as he went forward to the end, no matter where Wang Tianzong was, he could see him. The sword intent was like a tsunami. The surging tide rose. The surging tide fell. Li Honghe had walked hundreds of meters in the sea of swords. His body was always shining. The extremely rich sword intent turned into the purest light. Li Honghe was like a ball of light in the sea of swords. He was moving forward. The sea of swords was retreating. Mount Dibing, which had been ravaged by the infinite sword energy, had been unrecognizable. Everything had disappeared, including flowers, trees, and wooden houses. Wherever the sword energy passed, the land was completely dried up, and all the water was completely evaporated. Cracks appeared on the dry land one after another. The cracks spread from the top of the mountain and gradually spread to the foot of the mountain. The Li family's cemetery was the only intact place on Mount Dibing. Li Honghe was standing in front of the cemetery and moving forward. He was moving forward. The sea of swords was retreating. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of sword shadows hit the ball of light around Li Honghe without reservation. Blood bloomed all over Li Honghe's body. But the overwhelming sea of swords that swept through Mount Dibing kept retreating. It kept retreating. Countless sword shadows were thrown into the sky messily and fell back again. There were more and more sword shadows. The light around Li Honghe was getting brighter and brighter. All the sword shadows were lifted up by him along the way. A huge wave of thousands of meters high had appeared in front of Li Honghe. They were all swords. There were so many swords that made people desperate. The edge of the sword flashed with dark and deep light. The sword energy surrounded it, and the reincarnation seemed to be endless. The sword energy was like a sea. This was not Wang Tianzong's 6 paths of reincarnation. But it was definitely a sword strike with all his strength. With the Howren sword energy in this sword strike alone, he deserved to be ranked first on the divine list. Li Honghe was still moving forward. His speed gradually accelerated. So the sea of swords was retreating, but the huge wave at the front was getting higher and higher. Thousands of meters. It was getting higher and higher. It seemed to go straight to the sky. Li Honghe walked silently. The light on his body was constant, as if he was going to overturn the whole sea of swords by himself. The sea of swords was like a storm, like a huge wave, with its sharpness shocking the world and endless. There was more and more blood on Li Honghe's body. His aura began to weaken, but the sword intent around him was getting stronger and stronger. Li Tianlan watched all this quietly. The Sea of Swords was forced back by Li Honghe in front of him. Li Tianlan's position was absolutely safe. He watched the sword light sweep through the world like a tide. He watched the blood burst out on his grandfather's body. He watched the huge wave that could split the sky keep rising. He watched a large number of sword shadows break and reunite. He just watched. His eyes were calm. Calm without the slightest emotion. This was the broken reincarnation he had never seen before. The sword energy was as abundant as the sea. And Li Honghe had the power to overturn the whole Sea of Swords. Li Tianlan had already seen the outcome of this battle. There was no face-to-face battle in this battle. It was purely a contest between sword intent and sword energy. His grandfather could overturn the whole Sea of Swords, but he couldn't completely defeat it. When the whole Sea of Swords was overturned, it was also the moment when the Sea of Swords was completely overturned. At that time, the sea would become the sky. The unprecedented sword intent would completely burst out in the most brilliant way. Li Tianlan didn't know what he could do at that time. But he wanted to try. He had to try. Li Honghe's speed was getting faster and faster. The light formed by the sword intent around him gradually became erratic and unstable. But in the light, the sword intent was suddenly much stronger than before. A large number of sword shadows flew backward in front of him, drifting like fallen leaves. A clear and long whistle suddenly sounded in the heavy Sea of Swords. The long whistle came from the foot of Lonely Mountain. But the sound that was enough to break gold and stone reached the top of the mountain in an instant. People at the foot of the mountain climbed up. The sword shadows all over Lonely Mountain surged down the mountain at the same time. Standing in Li Honghe's position, he couldn't see Situ Tsangyue at the foot of the mountain. But in an instant, he was able to grasp the changes in the Sea of Swords at the foot of the mountain. Brilliant, like eternal pure light, suddenly lit up on him. The extremely dazzling light shone in the endless Sea of Swords. Li Honghe's figure suddenly rose into the sky. His figure kept moving forward. The pure light spread unscrupulously in front of him. The whole Lonely Mountain became a world of black and white in the blink of an eye. Li Honghe's body flew in the Sea of Swords. He had no sword in his hand. However, his entire person had turned into the sharpest sword. Brilliant, like eternal light, was broken in the darkness. The sword intent around Li Honghe condensed, leaving only sharpness. 23rd Blade Break Eternity. The endless Sea of Swords began to go berserk like never before. The neat sword shadows were swept away by the condensed sword intent to the extreme and rushed into the sky in disorder. The sword shadows gathered like dragons and kept attacking the sword intent around Li Honghe. Then they were swept away again. The sea was undulating, and the whole sea was rising. Forward. He kept moving forward. Li Honghe seemed to have completely incarnated into a sword. The Sea of Swords was lifted up, and the monstrous waves rushed into the sky. Li Honghe didn't stop at all and rushed directly to the end of the sea. There was no Wang Tianzong at the end of the sea. But Li Honghe saw Situ Tsangyue covered in blood. The sword shadows around Situ Tsangyue were rising. The entire Sea of Swords rose into the air after a brief moment of chaos. One after another, the sword shadows were neatly arranged again. The Sea of Swords became the sky. It was a sky with a radius of thousands of meters, covering the whole Lonely Mountain. Looking up, the inverted sword shadows were dense and scattered all over the sky. Li Honghe, whose breath was constantly weakening, had only a dignified look in his eyes. There was a breeze on Lonely Mountain. The endless sword shadows in the sky shimmered in the wind. The light lit up one by one. A weak light, a sharp light, and a cold light. The light occupied all of Li Honghe's vision, like stars all over the sky. Wang Tianzong's voice finally sounded in the nothingness again. It was simple. Senior Li, goodbye. The stars began to fall. They rolled down like the collapsing and pouring Milky Way. His face changed dramatically, and he took a step forward subconsciously. A faintly discernible sigh suddenly rang out in the flourishing galaxy. Then a sword intent that was almost similar to but not exactly the same as the Milky Way appeared on Lonely Mountain and beside Li Honghe without warning. The Milky Way was falling. The ground lit up. The shining light could almost cover everything. The light below was as far as the Milky Way above was. The light and the falling Milky Way kept merging, neither advancing nor retreating. The dazzling light gradually became soft and cold. A slender and elegant figure appeared in front of Li Honghe and Situ Tsangyue. He was bathed in light and completely protected the two behind him. The shining Milky Way was still falling. It became more and more determined. The cold and soft light enveloped the whole lonely mountain, shining and rippling against the falling character. The light was as cold as the moon, coldly accommodating the falling stars from the sky. Humph! In the high sky of the nothingness, Wang Tianzong's voice sounded again with faint anger. Fengting, are you going to intervene? Lin Fengting. Li Tianlan froze for a moment. Situ Tsangyue also froze for a moment. Everyone in the Li family was a little stunned. I have no choice. In the light, Lin Fengting's voice sounded. His voice was calm and emotionless, just like his mood. Wang Tianzong fell silent. He had no choice. He understood this sentence. There was no choice, and there was no way out. Everything he did was something he had to do. Wang Tianzong's figure appeared high in the sky. The star-like sword shadows were still falling wildly. Wang Tianzong stood high in the sky, as if stepping on the stars. He glanced at Lin Fengting. In the light, even he could not see Lin Fengting's expression. His figure fell for a while. The bright and shining sword shadows became as black as ink in an instant. That was the deepest and purest black. The vast night sky seemed to be torn apart in an instant, and it rained in the nothingness. It was the wildest rainstorm in the dark world in decades. The heavy rain fell with a crash. Lin Fengting still stood where he was. But the light formed by the sword intent around him was constantly rising. The light was constantly changing, turning into the most holy milky white. The milky white light enveloped the whole lonely mountain and continued to rise, like a white torrent breaking through the darkness. Lin Fengting reached for the money. His 5 fingers were all open, as if he could control everything. The milky white light completely dispersed with his movements, and suddenly turned into 2 long rivers flowing in the nothingness. The long river crossed the night sky with different colors. It was as cold as the bright moon. It was as hot as the sun. The light of the sun and the moon spread wildly in the dark black tide at the same time. The lonely mountain in the night was instantly illuminated as bright as day. The sun and the moon were blending and converging, rising and falling in the black tide all over the sky. The black tide was still surging. Chapter 327. The sun and the moon rose and fell. The black tide was turbulent and violent. Over Lonely Mountain, it was like a rainstorm that fell late at night but was illuminated by the sun and the moon at the same time. The heavy rain fell overwhelmingly. The surging sword intent was deep and dark, but it was clear and sharp under the light of the sun and the moon. Extreme light and darkness intertwined. Everything on Lonely Mountain was like a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Lin Fengting did not move. Wang Tianzong did not move. But the completely different sword intent kept spreading, and it kept surging in every corner of the entire Lonely Mountain. This was the confrontation and entanglement at the peak of martial arts. The broken reincarnation had completely disappeared. The black tide and the sun and the moon were all sword intent. There was no unique skill, but the purest and most violent sword intent. The black tide, the rainstorm, the cold moon, the scorching sun, they were all swords. The so-called light and darkness. The so-called phenomenon of heaven and earth. They were all swords. Li Tianlan stared at every scene of the flowing light in front of him. His body was trembling slightly, and a trace of excitement gradually appeared on his pale face. His body subconsciously took a few steps forward, and his eyes were even a little intoxicated. He could no longer see the light and darkness. There was only sword intent in his eyes. If the essence of the world was silence. If the peak of martial arts was illusion. In the silence and illusion, sword moves, sword energy, everything could not exist. In sword arts, only the purest sword intent and sword momentum were the only real. Li Tianlan's world was quiet, and his sight was all illusion. So the seemingly colorful but extremely pure sword intent became the most gorgeous and magnificent picture in his eyes. Li Tianlan sat down. If the peak of martial arts was illusion, it was meaningless to see it or not. He closed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he directly entered the deepest level of meditation. The endless sword intent became clearer and clearer in his conscious perception. At this moment, he seemed to be touching the essence of the sword intent of the Wang family of Beihai and the Lin clan. The essence of sword intent. The sword intent of the 24 moves of sword was far greater than that of the Wang family of Beihai, and its light was like the sun and the moon. But the sun and the moon would also be silent, silent in the pure darkness. Any light that could dissipate in the darkness was illusion. Only darkness was real. Therefore, although the martial arts of the Wang family of Beihai was not as grand as the 24 moves of sword, it was far more real than the 24 moves of sword. Reality and illusion. This was the essence of the highest level of martial arts, surpassing the level of sword intent, the strength of defense, and all other basic essences. This was the first time Li Tianlan had seen the truth. Illusions could reach the end of martial arts. You can be real too. At this moment, Li Tianlan suddenly thought of deity he met in heaven capital. Thinking of his sword light that was as vast as the sun and moon, thinking of his truth that was as dark as eternity. He had touched upon the path of the strongest martial arts, but he could no longer reach the end. It was only at this moment that he vaguely understood the ambition of God. Wang Tianzong, Lin Fengting, Shen, every one of them had talent comparable to a genius. The world wouldn't exist just for one person. Everyone had the potential to become a true prodigy. Li Tianlan sat quietly. He seemed to have fallen into the deepest state of nirvana. The entanglement of the black tide and the sun and the moon seemed to be endless. Li Tianlan's figure began to disappear in the sword intent all over the mountains and plains. In a trance, he seemed to have completely left the lock of Wang Tianzong and Lin Fengting's sword intent. It was a great victory. It had been 3 years. Li Tianlan hadn't really shown his strength after his return, but his martial arts had taken half a step forward. This half step was very small. But it had an extraordinary meaning. At this moment, Li Tianlan sat there. His figure had never been blurred, but it had never been clearer. It was like heaven and earth. It was always the most real existence. But because it was too grand, it would always be subconsciously ignored. Wang Tianzong noticed Li Tianlan's change at the first time. Above the black tide, a sharp and cold snort sounded like thunder. In an instant, the black rain all over the sky stopped. The rain-like sword shadows all stopped around the light of the sun and the moon. The sword shadows began to gather wildly. The sword sea turned into a starry sky. The starry sky turned into a rainstorm. The rainstorm turned into a sword sea again. All the sounds on Lonely Mountain disappeared completely. The despairing silence began to spread, and only the sun and the moon remained the same. Looking from a distance, the sword sea was like a dark halo flowing around the sun and the moon, covering the entire Lonely Mountain. Li Tianlan didn't move. Lin Fengting's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Tianzong, do you have to do this? Lin Fengting said in a deep voice. The cause of the past is the effect of today. I have no choice. Wang Tianzong's voice was cold. In fact, cause and effect were no longer important. It didn't matter whether the Li family owed the Wang family of Beihai or not. Li Honghe might feel guilty to the Wang family of Beihai. But it would not change anything. Since there was no turning back, he could only make the best of the mistake. Right and wrong could not decide everything. After all, the enemy could only be the enemy. The endless sea of swords rippled for a moment. Countless sword shadows trembled. Around the light of the sun and the moon, the sword sea formed a wave. The wave did not spread outward. Instead, it collapsed inward. In a trance, there was a storm between heaven and earth in the huge tide. An indescribable storm swept through everything along with an earth-shattering boom. The darkness began to become more real than ever. The densely packed sword shadows became extremely crazy in an instant. The storm destroyed everything in the sword shadows. The monstrous black tide rushed towards the sun and the moon in the center without any hesitation. All the sword intent poured out in the most violent way in an instant. The sword sea was collapsing, and the sun and the moon were expanding. The entire lonely mountain was shaking and cracking in the extreme outbreak of sword intent. The light of the sun and the moon spread out to the limit. All the sounds disappeared completely in an instant. Only the storm and the tide were still the same. A dazzling white spot suddenly lit up in the center of the sun and the moon. In the silent world, the sun and the moon seemed to explode completely. The white spot suddenly became a dazzling light everywhere. The light swallowed the darkness. The darkness shattered the light. A void appeared in the sky where light and darkness intertwined. The void was formed and shattered. Light and darkness intertwined. The whole sky became mottled with black and white intertwined. In the absolute chaos, Lin Fengting seemed to move. He took a step forward. But the landing point was not in front of him, but directly appeared in the sky thousands of meters above. Wang Tianzong also moved. For the first time, there was a harsh sound of gold and iron colliding in the air. The two long swords seemed to have collided once, but no one could see it clearly. The mottled black and white sky surged and exploded. A blazing white halo appeared in the sky, and all the sword intent kept spreading out in the halo. The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. This was a real mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. There was only light and darkness in the soaring sword intent, and nothing could be seen clearly. The violent sword intent finally began to dissipate. A large amount of smoke and dust spread after the sword intent, covering the field of vision. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Li Tianlan was still sitting. Li Tianlan stood in front of Li Honghe and Situd Sangyue. Everyone seemed to have changed their positions, but also seemed to have not changed. Only Wang Tianzong was still floating in the air, cold and majestic, like a god. Lonely Mountain, there was no Lonely Mountain anymore. The whole Lonely Mountain was cut to the ground by this sword. Everything that used to be completely disappeared and no longer existed. Only the Li family's cemetery remained after Lin Fengting's sword light. But only the cemetery was left. The whole Lonely Mountain seemed to have never existed. The ground of Lonely Mountain, which had become flat, was still cracking. Horrifying cracks appeared one after another on the wall. Wisps of white mist rose from the cracks. The mist appeared quickly. But it never condensed. All the mist seemed to have a master. As soon as it appeared, it began to gather toward Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan was surrounded by mist, and everything became blurred. 3 years ago, Great Master Wu Wei planted a flower. It was called the Dragon Vein Flower. That flower was the key to Li Tianlan's resurrection. The flower was picked, but its roots disappeared in Mount Qingyun and became the flourishing flowers and plants of the whole Lonely Mountain. Now that Lonely Mountain completely disappeared, the remaining luck suddenly turned into white mist again and began to gather toward Li Tianlan. Wang Tianzong watched all this quietly. His eyes narrowed tightly, and for the first time, there was a touch of undisguised fear and killing intent in his eyes. Now Li Tianlan was still weak. But his future was worthy of everyone's real attention. In Wang Tianzong's eyes, Li Tianlan was no longer a threat. He was an opponent. He was a real enemy. Wang Tianzong took a step forward in the air. One step was 100 meters, and he almost reached Li Tianlan. Do you want to make another sword move? Lin Fengting blocked Wang Tianzong's way forward. His face was a little pale, but his aura was still strong. In the final collision, although Lonely Mountain completely disappeared, the Li family still existed. The people of the Li family and the Li family's cemetery survived because they were shrouded by his sword intent. This was the first time that Lin Fengting had completely shown his attitude. When the Li family was destroyed, he didn't know. After the Li family was destroyed, everything was too late. After more than 20 years, Lin Fengting finally stood in front of the Li family. No right or wrong. The dark world didn't need right or wrong or understanding. Only cause and effect were the most real. Fengting, is this your attitude? Wang Tianzong looked into Lin Fengting's eyes. Yes. Lin Fengting said calmly. Is this also the attitude of the Lin clan? Wang Tianzong asked again. Lin Fengting narrowed his eyes. He didn't know the meaning of Wang Tianzong's words. This could be understood as a threat. It could also be understood as a simple inquiry. Lin Fengting suddenly smiled. If you really want to understand it in this way, it's not impossible. The Wang family of Beihai was indeed powerful. They deserved to be called the first force in the dark world. Although the headquarters of the Lin clan stood aloof from the world. But with the branches scattered all over the world, it was also a giant. Even if Lin Fengting could barely integrate the branches everywhere, there would be many internal problems. But there were also internal problems in the Wang family of Beihai. Wang Tianzong's pupils contracted, and he said in a deep voice, "Why? I have no choice." Lin Fengting shook his head. Wang Tianzong knew that he had asked a nonsense question. Since there was no choice, anything he said was nonsense. The famous sword of the Wang family of Beihai behind him, "Listen to the sea," shook slightly. The bright sword blade suddenly came out of the sheath. Lin Fengting suddenly raised his eyebrows. This peak invincible realm expert, who had always been playing in the world and seemed to live outside the mortal world, was always free and easy. But as he raised his eyebrows, there was a trace of indescribable sharpness in him. "Do you want to fight again?" Lin Fengting asked. "You are no match for me." Wang Tianzong's tone was straightforward and calm. He was stronger than Lin Fengting. Whether it was much stronger or slightly stronger. Strength was strength. All the people of the Li family walked over quietly. In Wang Tianzong's eyes, they might be nonentities. But here, there was no room for them to retreat. The earth-shattering sword strike just now was enough to leave a huge shadow on them. But the nonentities in the shadow could also become warriors. Li Honghe, who was covered in blood, also came over. Situ Cangyue followed him. Wang Tianzong was still calm. It was a calmness of absolute confidence. The only purpose of his coming to Lin and today was to kill Li Honghe, end the feud with the Li family, and eliminate the threat that the Li family might bring to the Wang family of Beihai in the future. He had noticed that Gu Xingyun had withdrawn from the battlefield. But it didn't matter. Even if Lin Fengting stood in front of him at this time. But he could still kill Li Honghe. Why didn't he? Wang Tianzong narrowed his eyes and glanced at Li Tianlan, who was still sitting on the ground. The white mist had gradually thinned. Li Tianlan also opened his eyes at the same time. His eyes were calm and deep, and he looked at Wang Tianzong quietly. Wang Tianzong was motionless, as if he was thinking. Li Tianlan seemed to want to say something, but before he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and dyed the dry land red. Wang Tianzong's pupils suddenly contracted. Li Tianlan reached out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He chuckled and said, "Comfortable. I still underestimated you." Wang Tianzong looked at Li Tianlan and said softly. His voice sounded like a sigh. His sword intent hurt Li Tianlan at the very beginning. But the blood just now was because Li Tianlan was watching his and Lin Fengting's sword intent and hurting his mind. It was not a serious problem. At least compared with the understanding he got, this kind of injury was much lighter. A young man in his early 20s could see the essence of the peak sword intent of swordsmanship. Wang Tianzong felt that he had underestimated Li Tianlan too much. The title of the heavenly son of Zhongzhou state did seem to be worthy of it. Wang Tianzong looked at Li Tianlan quietly. Li Tianlan saw the essence of the supreme swordsmanship. He also vaguely saw Li Tianlan's path. When did you recultivate the 4 realms of martial arts? Wang Tianzong suddenly asked. Li Tianlan's eyes slightly narrowed. 3 years ago. It only took 3 years. Wang Tianzong raised his eyebrows. It was 2 years. Li Tianlan said. Wang Tianzong's mouth twitched. The time is too short. The foundation is unstable. There is still time in the future. Li Tianlan's tone was calm. Wang Tianzong had nothing to say. He recultivated the 4 realms of martial arts in 2 years. Li Tianlan's foundation was indeed unstable. But Li Tianlan took the 4 realms of martial arts as the most basic foundation and starting point, directly jumped out of the 4 realms of martial arts and embarked on a new path. The 4 realms of martial arts were everyone's road to invincibility, but for Li Tianlan, they became the initial foundation. The foundation was unstable. Even if it was unstable, it was much more stable than others. Would you like to join the Wang family of Beihai? Wang Tianzong was silent for a while and then asked. He asked without changing his expression. The Wang family of Beihai has never owed the Li family anything. As long as you are willing to join the Wang family of Beihai, all the grievances can be written off, and I can give you the power to be on an equal footing with Xing Shao. Wang Tianzong's tone was calm and solemn. Li Honghe's face suddenly changed, and he said subconsciously, the Li family will not be anyone's vassal. His tone was a little fast, a little hasty, and even a little out of control. The Li family? Wang Tianzong twitched the corner of his mouth with a faint smile. He didn't look at Li Honghe, but at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan was looking at his grandfather who was covered in blood. He slowly walked to Li Honghe's side, held the old man who was shaking a little, and whispered, "The blood can't be shed in vain." That was his answer. Wang Tianzong's eyes flashed. Lin Fengting, Li Honghe, Situtsang Yue, plus more than a dozen elites from the Li family. And Li Tianlan. Wang Tianzong kept calculating in his heart. He couldn't kill Lin Fengting. He didn't want to kill him. But if he wanted to kill others, Lin Fengting might not be able to stop him. The premise was that he was willing to pay the price. The price might be heavy. But compared with the Li family, which was more important? The temperature in Wang Tianzong's eyes gradually decreased, and he began to become determined. You refused me again. Wang Tianzong looked at Li Tianlan. I'm just telling a fact. Li Tianlan said, until now, I've determined my future path, or the path of the East Emperor Palace. He looked at Wang Tianzong. He suddenly smiled and said, Your Majesty, after the maneuver, the East Emperor Palace will go to Wuyue to develop. How about that? Wuyue Province. The stability of the Southeast Group was second only to Beihai Province. That was the absolute base camp of Beihai Province, the real back garden. It seemed that the East Emperor Palace was courting death by going to Wuyue. But Wang Tianzong's calm face twisted in an instant. This was a declaration of war. Li Tianlan declared war on the Wang family of Beihai. Moreover, the location he had chosen was so subtle. Are you going to Wuyue? Wang Tianzong asked. How about it? Li Tianlan's tone was calm. No. Before Wang Tianzong could speak, a young and cold female voice suddenly sounded. A white figure walked up the lonely mountain, which had become a piece of flat land. Chapter 328. Li Tianlan instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. The sword intent on the flattened lonely mountain dissipated, but some sword energy still remained. The broken and out-of-control sword intent filled every corner of the surroundings bit by bit. The night was slightly turbulent, and the starlight fell. Everything in sight was a little blurred in the faint light. In his sight, the long white dress gently fluttered in the night breeze, with a delicate fragrance that Li Tianlan was familiar with but almost forgotten. In a trance, This picture was as beautiful as the most beautiful dream. Li Tianlan froze in place. His heart beat wildly, and his mind was blank. He stared at the figure getting closer and closer to him. Qin Weibai. Li Tianlan had imagined the scene of the two meeting again many times. But in any case, he did not expect that when he was most unprepared, she would appear in front of him so suddenly and naturally. His body was stiff, and the corners of his mouth trembled slightly, but he could not say a word. The residual broken sword energy all over the sky was still a scenery in his eyes. And the slim white figure walked in the residual sword intent, but it seemed that all the scenery was completely lit up in an instant. Qin Weibai was still so simple, but so perfect. Her long hair was tied up, and a green emerald hairpin was inserted in her hair casually. It swayed with her hurried footsteps, with intoxicating brilliance. Lonely Mountain, which had been razed to the ground by a sword, was desolate and dilapidated. The sword energy drifted around casually. The bare and almost dead land did not hide her charm at all. Instead, it made her look more dreamy and dazzling. She walked to Li Tianlan. Everything became clear. A clear face. A clear delicate fragrance. She looked at Li Tianlan. It was a beauty and gentleness that could topple the night sky and make the stars dim. Her eyes were still a little eager, but she always paid attention to her tone. You can't go to Wuyue, she said softly, not forcefully, but with a kind of softness similar to coquettishness. Li Tianlan looked at Qin Weibai motionlessly. It had been 3 years since the final battle of Heaven Capital. He had never seen her again, nor had he heard from her. It was just like when she walked into his world quietly and left without saying a word. Li Tianlan felt that he could only accept everything she did. He could not refuse her approach, nor could he stop her from going away. He could only accept it. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and looked at Qin Weibai, who appeared in front of him again. She was so close. She was so close that as long as he reached out, he would be able to pull her into his arms. She told him not to go to Wuyue. The corners of Li Tianlan's mouth moved. His voice became extremely dry, emotionless, and even devoid of warmth. Why? He asked. Qin Weibai's face suddenly turned pale. Wang Tianzong and Lin Fengting raised their eyebrows at the same time. What Li Tianlan asked was why. Not why. It was a difference of one word, but it was two completely different emotions. I don't want you to go to Wuyue, Qin Weibai whispered. Li Tianlan smiled. You don't want to, he recalled everything about him and Qin Weibai. She wanted to walk into her own world, so she became her own woman. She wanted him to enter Sai City, so she became the young governor of Sai City. She wanted to distance herself from him. As a result, the several heavenly kings of Samsara and Tiandu quietly disappeared before the decisive battle. After the decisive battle, she didn't want to have the slightest connection with his future, so she completely cut off all connections between him and her. Now she appeared in front of him again and said that she didn't want him to go to Wuyue. She expressed what she wanted or didn't want in the most direct way, which was sometimes gentle, but sometimes so cruel. Li Tianlan suddenly found himself so powerless. He couldn't resist Qin Weibai's gentleness, nor could he stop her cruelty. He didn't like this feeling. This feeling of being controlled, approached, and abandoned, from beginning to end. He never had the feeling of being in charge. He didn't understand Qin Weibai's choice every time. But he really cared about her too much. The more he cared about her, the more dissatisfied he was. Li Tianlan's heart gradually became quiet. He felt that his body began to cool down inch by inch from his fingertips. His limbs, torso, heart, and even his voice became extremely cold. Who are you? He looked at Qin Weibai and asked. This sentence was like an extremely sharp knife, cutting open his chest in an instant and leaving a bloody scar on his heart. It hurt, but it was almost twisted with pleasure. My future has nothing to do with you. Then when you stand in front of me, who are you? Who are you? Qin Weibai's face suddenly lost all the blood. Li Tianlan turned directly, looked at Wang Tianzong, and said word by word, "I will go to Wuyue, after the maneuver." "No." The pale Qin Weibai said again, "You can't go to Wuyue. You will die." "Who are you?" Li Tianlan didn't look back and asked the same question. This cruel question seemed to be dripping blood. "I'm your wife. I won't let you go to Wuyue. You can't go." Qin Weibai bit her lip and took a step forward, directly hugging Li Tianlan from behind. "Don't be angry with me, okay? I won't allow you to go to Wuyue, please." She pulled Li Tianlan hard with her small hands, as if she wanted to turn his body around. "Hug me, I won't make you angry in the future." Li Tianlan's body trembled slightly. He tried to maintain his inner anger and resentment, but the delicate fragrance around him seemed to have magic power. It completely destroyed all his reason, his anger, his confusion, and his determination in the first place. Everything became no resistance in front of Qin Weibai. Li Tianlan suddenly turned around and held Qin Weibai in his arms. Completely ignoring other people's gazes, he held Qin Weibai's small face and kissed her directly. Qin Weibai's body stiffened for a moment, then she obediently reached out and put her arms around his neck, responding carefully. A blush as bright as the morning glow quietly climbed up her face. Li Tianlan's unconscious movement messed up her long hair that was tied up. The turquoise hairpin slipped out of her hair and fell on the dry land. Wang Tianzong, Lin Fengting, Li Honghe, and Situ Cangyue, the four people's eyes almost followed the turquoise hairpin from top to bottom. The hairpin rolled on the ground. As Li Tianlan moved forward, Qin Weibai raised a small foot and directly stepped on the hairpin. The corners of the four invincible realm experts' mouths twitched at the same time. Lin Fengting coughed dryly. Qin Weibai, who finally realized that the occasion was not right, gently pushed Li Tianlan, tilted her head, and whispered, "Wait for the night. It's night now." Li Tianlan's voice was rough. Qin Weibai gently raised her eyebrows and glanced at Li Tianlan. Her cheeks were red, and she said with a faint smile, "Yes, what do you want to do?" The question was so direct that Li Tianlan suddenly held back all his movements. He took a deep look at Qin Weibai, took a deep breath, and did not speak. Qin Weibai lay in Li Tianlan's arms and whispered, "You're not angry anymore, are you?" Li Tianlan snorted coldly and remained silent. "Then am I your wife?" Qin Weibai asked again. "What do you think?" Li Tianlan glared at her. "Are you done making out?" Wang Tianzong's voice sounded at an inappropriate time. Li Tianlan was suddenly shocked, and his heart fluctuated violently. Holding Qin Weibai, he ignored Wang Tianzong for a moment. Qin Weibai turned to look at Wang Tianzong in Li Tianlan's arms. She gently squatted down and picked up the turquoise hairpin on the ground. The hairpin fell to the ground and was stepped on. After picking it up, it was still free of dust and had a soft green luster. Qin Weibai casually tidied her long hair and put the hairpin back on her head. Her movements were elegant and soft, and her aura gradually changed. In a short period of time, she seemed to change from the little woman in Li Tianlan's arms to the number 2 figure of Samsara Palace. "What are you still doing here?" Qin Weibai looked at Wang Tianzong and said in a flat tone. A strong killing intent suddenly flashed through Wang Tianzong's eyes. Qin Weibai asked him what he was still doing here. The other meaning of this sentence was that there was nothing he could do here. Wang Tianzong looked at Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai was still held in Li Tianlan's arms. But she was no longer the little woman who was nervous and a little careful just now. Qin Weibai in Li Tianlan's arms was as strong and cold as a queen at this moment. Wang Tianzong looked at the turquoise hairpin in Qin Weibai's hair. The green light of the hairpin swayed. It carried a faint but extremely clear glow. Wang Tianzong took a deep breath. If there were only Lin Fengting and Situ Cangyue, he still dared to gamble and take action. At most, he would pay a heavy price. But at this time, there was Qin Weibai. Everything was unpredictable. Qin Weibai was here. The power of samsara had come near Lonely Mountain. Qin Weibai came. What about the master of Samsara Palace? Even if the master of Samsara Palace did not take action, Qin Weibai would at least have a top combat capability that could not be ignored. Even if all this could be ignored, Li Tianlan could also exert the power of this turquoise hairpin. The hairpin on Qin Weibai's head seemed to be just an ornament. But it was a murderous weapon belonging to Samsara Palace. Blue Sky Underworld. Blue Sky Underworld fired in Europe 3 years ago. In 3 years, even with the intelligence of the Wang family of Beihai, it was not sure whether Blue Sky Underworld had the energy to fire again. The murderous weapon was the weapon of the nation. The energy storage time of the 12 murderous weapons was the most important secret. If Blue Sky Underworld could fire again, the power of one blow was enough to break the balance in the field. How is Gu Xingyun? Wang Tianzong suddenly glanced at Situ Cangyue and asked. He felt the battle between Gu Xingyun and Situ Cangyue and heard the roar of the setting sun over West Lake. The weapon of the nation was aimed at the god of war of his country. After this battle, Situ Cangyue made her position clear, but Sai City also had to pay the price. I don't know. It's best if he dies, Situ Cangyue said in a flat tone. Gu Xingyun had just returned from Star State and was already injured. Now he was hit by setting sun head-on. He was lucky not to die. At least he couldn't help Wang Tianzong tonight. Wang Tianzong smiled and said coldly, if Gu Xingyun doesn't die, what price will Sai City pay? Have you thought about it? What about you? Situ Cangyue asked calmly, you came to Lin and tonight but didn't succeed. What price will the Wang family of Beihai pay? Have you thought about it? Wang Tianzong's eyes narrowed, but he did not say much. His figure gradually faded in the ruined Lonely Mountain, and finally disappeared completely. Sword Emperor's last glance fell on Li Tianlan. His voice echoed in the night sky, plain and clear. East Emperor Palace goes to Wuyue. The Wang family of Beihai welcomes you very much. It depends on whether you dare to come or not. Qin Weibai in Li Tianlan's arms suddenly tightened and looked at Li Tianlan nervously. Li Tianlan did not respond. He just let go of Qin Weibai and bowed deeply to Lin Fengting. Thank you, senior. He bowed to Situ Cangyue again and said respectfully, thank you, governor. Qin Weibai stood beside Li Tianlan and bowed to the two with him. Lin Fengting calmly accepted their bows. Chapter 329. In the latter half of the night, Qin Weibai took everyone to a villa area near West Lake. The villa was bought by Qin Weibai a few years ago. As the adopted daughter of Great Master Wu Wei, Qin Weibai often came to Lin and to visit him when he was alive. This villa was her temporary resting place. The villa was not far from Lonely Mountain. When Lonely Mountain was still there, people with good eyesight could even clearly see the lights in the villa from the highest point. Now that Lonely Mountain had collapsed under the sword of Lin Fengting and Wang Tianzong, this villa had temporarily become a place for the Li family to stay. The villa was large and in a good location. The fragrance of flowers was overflowing, and the landscape could be seen. Flaming Fire, who came to Lin, and with Qin Weibai, arranged rooms for the remaining elites of the Li family, while Qin Weibai accompanied Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan paid attention to Li Honghe's condition. Li Honghe changed his clothes, but refused to let anyone check his injury. He looked no different from the grandfather in Li Tianlan's memory, but he was very different from the Li Honghe Li Tianlan saw at dusk. There was no difference between him and Li Honghe 3 years ago. There was no difference between him and Li Honghe before the battle tonight. Li Honghe's body was no longer stooped. His body was straight and his hair was gray, but his spirit was extremely strong. He stood quietly in front of the window and looked at West Lake shrouded in moonlight in the night. He seemed to be much younger all of a sudden, giving people a very tall and straight feeling. The more beautiful the surface was, the more fragile the inside was. The worry in Li Tianlan's eyes grew stronger. I'm fine. Noticing his grandson's gaze, Li Honghe smiled and said slowly, "You know my state. For me now, the injury is not important. As long as I'm alive, I'll be fine." Li Tianlan walked to Li Honghe's side and looked at his still ruddy and even glowing face. "How is it?" Li Tianlan asked seriously. "It's fine." Li Honghe was silent for a moment and gave a simple answer. "What about the specifics?" Li Tianlan pursued him relentlessly. "Tianzong's sword completely shattered the foundation of my martial arts, but at the same time, it also shattered the sword intent that I had accumulated for countless years. My foundation is completely loose, and when my body loses balance, my strength will grow faster and faster. But now I almost have no sword intent, so even if my strength grows very fast, it will not burst my body for the time being. I still have some time to live." Li Honghe laughed at himself and said, "In this case, maybe I will live a little longer than before. It's not a bad thing that I can live." Li Tianlan was silent and didn't seem to know what to say for a moment. "I'm afraid I won't be able to help you much in the future." Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan and said with a smile, "But I'm relieved that you have Qin Weibai by your side. Even if I die now, I won't have anything to worry about. Tianlan, I've left you a gift both inside and outside Zhongzhou State. This is the last thing I can do for you." "What gift?" Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows. "After your maneuver is over, you will slowly get in touch with it," Li Honghe said softly. He took a deep look at Li Tianlan and patted him on the shoulder. "I feel guilty to you, so when you get the gift, you don't have to thank me." He looked in the direction of Lonely Mountain. Lonely Mountain had disappeared. The old man shook his head. "It's a pity for Lonely Mountain. Lonely Mountain will be rebuilt," Li Tianlan said softly. Li Honghe said yes with a smile and suddenly asked, "Do you still hate the Wang family of Beihai?" Li Tianlan was stunned. "I don't," he said softly. "In fact, I have never hated the Wang family of Beihai. I don't even hate Kunlun City. This is the truth. I don't think they did anything wrong. To the Wang family of Beihai, to Wang Tianzong. He really didn't feel bad. He admired Wang Tianzong's strength, respected his bearing, feared his strength, and sighed with the foundation of the Wang family of Beihai. Only occasionally, he would think of the Wang family of Beihai's indifference. The Wang family of Beihai did not stand idly by. It was the Li family who took the lead in peeping at the Wang family of Beihai. But it didn't matter. All the affection and all the grievances were settled with the battle of Li Kuangtu's treason. No matter how affectionate and righteous the Wang family of Beihai was, in Li Tianlan's current position, they were opponents and enemies. Li Tianlan didn't want to judge their good or bad, because it didn't make any sense at all. If he were Wang Tianzong, he would have made the same choice. If he were Gu Xingyun, he would have also set off the treason war on the border. But he was Li Tianlan now, so he must consider the problem from the standpoint of the Li family. There was no absolute right or wrong, only different positions. That was all. "They are not wrong, and neither are we," Li Tianlan said softly. "Since we are enemies, let's be pure and not talk about grievances." Li Honghe nodded and said quietly, "That's good." Both the Li family and the Wang family could not turn back. After tonight, even if there were grievances, they would be written off. When summer solstice smashed the Li family's murderous weapon, Infinite Sky, her martial arts foundation was broken by Li Kuangtu and she fell from the invincible realm. Tonight, Wang Tianzong returned Li Honghe's sword and also broke his foundation, making him fall from the invincible realm. Lin Fengting saved the Li family, but he did not stop Wang Tianzong from ending the last cause and effect between the Wang family and the Li family. After tonight, the debt between them would truly be cleared. Qin Weibai and Situ Cangyue were together. In the spacious bedroom, the hidden god of Zhongzhou State's clothes were almost all undone, and she was lying on the bed almost naked. However, such a charming scene was not erotic, but a little shocking. Situ Cangyue was slowly bleeding all over her body. The tiny blood vessels almost completely dyed her white and tight skin, although she was no longer young. At first glance, Situ Tsangyue's body seemed to be entangled with countless red threads. Qin Weibai took a towel to deal with the wounds on Situ Tsangyue's body, and at the same time, applied the powder little by little. Situ Tsangyue's body was covered with small wounds. The wounds were not deep, but there were a lot of them. Now, as the powder was applied, some of the small wounds began to heal gradually. Flaming Fire was arranging rooms and preparing food for the people of the Li family. Only Qin Weibai could clean Situ Tsangyue's wounds. They are all skin wounds. It's not a big problem. Qin Weibai wiped the blood off Situ Tsangyue's body and said casually, "How about the internal injury?" "Fortunately, it's not too serious," Situ Tsangyue said softly. In the divine list, which determined the ranking by strength, Situ Tsangyue's ranking was far inferior to Gu Xingyun's. If Setting Sun hadn't opened fire without warning, she would never have been Gu Xingyun's opponent. But Setting Sun's blow directly wiped out the huge gap between the two sides' combat strength. Gu Xingyun fought her head-on under the power of Setting Sun, but it was not a big deal for Situ Tsangyue. No matter how big the gap between her and Gu Xingyun was, she was not so weak that she could not even take one blow from him. Although she had suffered some internal injuries, they were not even minor injuries to her. Situ Tsangyue raised her palm and quietly observed the ring worn on her finger. Her hand was slender, white, and tender, and crystal clear. The purple ring on her finger had a natural feeling, as if this ring was born to belong to this pair of hands. Situ Tsangyue looked at it quietly, with a complicated look in her eyes. Reluctant to give it up, Qin Weibai asked without raising her head. "This is the murderous weapon Setting Sunday. If it were you, would you be willing to give it up?" Situ Tsangyue asked in reply. "It's a murderous weapon that can't be fired," Qin Weibai said calmly. "A murderous weapon that can't be used is scrap iron. Even if it's used as a cold weapon to fight, it's normal." "Why not?" Situ Tsangyue was silent. A murderous weapon that couldn't be fired was indeed scrap iron. But the question was how many people in the dark world could see this problem so open-minded. Situ Tsangyue had Setting Sun in her hand. Even if she was ranked at the bottom of the divine list, when Setting Sun could fire, she would not be afraid of the giants at the top of the divine list. For an invincible realm expert, a murderous weapon meant an absolute huge improvement in combat strength. "How is Gu Xingyun's injury?" After dealing with Situ Tsangyue's injury, Qin Weibai asked in a low voice. Situ Tsangyue put on her clothes silently and thought carefully. She knew Qin Weibai's plan. So she also knew the importance of this problem. "He should not die," Situ Tsangyue said, "but I'm not sure if Gu Xingyun can stay in the invincible realm. But even if he can stabilize his realm, it will take a long time to stabilize his injury. This is the best result. It's indeed the best result." Qin Weibai was silent for a while and whispered, "In that case, there's no need to be reluctant. Even if Setting Sun is given to Kunlun City, so what? It won't be long before Tianlan gets it back." Situ Tsangyue was still reluctant, but she still nodded. The moment Setting Sun fired and the purple light burst, Situ Tsangyue already knew the result. Tonight's battle was a conflict in the dark world and also a grudge between the superpowers. But in the end, this was Zhongzhou State. The Wang family of Beihai, the Li family, Kunlun City, Sai City, it was not an exaggeration to say that this battle was an internal strife in Zhongzhou State. The Dark World and the Special Warfare System were just a part of Zhongzhou State. In this world, individual strength was important, but it was definitely not everything. Even someone as strong as Wang Tianzong could not sweep the world alone. He also needed to consider political factors, economic factors, stability, balance and compromise. Situ Tsangyue and Sai City needed to consider these more. Sai City had not entered the secular world before. But as soon as it entered the secular world, it directly used the murderous weapon of Zhongzhou State to aim at the god of war, the protector of Zhongzhou State. This matter could not be concealed. It was believed that before dawn, the high-level officials of Zhongzhou state would express their anger one after another. At this point, even the academics, who had a good relationship with Sai City, would not speak for Sai City. The murderous weapon of the state was aimed at its own people. For such a violation of the rules, Sai City had to give everyone an explanation, and also an explanation that could satisfy Kunlun City. Setting Sun was bound to change owners. This was the most basic thing. No matter how reluctant Situ Tsangyue was, she had to hand over the murderous weapon that had followed her for many years to Kunlun City to appease their anger. A murderous weapon was not even enough. Sai City had occupied the pattern of the dark world in the northeast of Zhongzhou state for many years, and it would also be strongly impacted by Kunlun City. From the moment the murderous weapon opened fire, this was a necessary compromise. It was also part of Qin Weibai's plan. "How's the state of Setting Sun?" Qin Weibai asked softly. "I've stimulated the energy of Setting Sun to the greatest extent. It will take at least 3 to 4 years for Setting Sun to store energy again," Situ Tsangyue said calmly. Qin Weibai nodded. After the battle, Gu Xingyun was seriously injured. Kunlun City had one more murderous weapon and expanded its sphere of influence to the northeast. Kunlun City seemed to have greatly increased in strength, but they needed time to digest it. At least before Gu Xingyun recovered from his injury, a murderous weapon that could not fire could not increase the strength of Kunlun City. On the contrary, it would make them weak. In the case that their comprehensive strength was far inferior to the other party, the only thing Qin Weibai and Sai City could do was to sacrifice their existing resources, secretly and quietly exchange some things to protect their core interests. After this battle, Sai City would lose the murderous weapon and even lose the right to speak in the special warfare system of 1 or 2 provinces in the northeast. After paying these prices, the core interest they needed to protect was undoubtedly Li Tianlan. There were gains and losses. Everything is temporary. Qin Weibai looked at Situ Tsangyue and said. Situ Tsangyue nodded and suddenly asked, "What did the Wang family of Beihai say?" Li Honghe was the former god of war of Zhongzhou state. Although Li Kuangtu's treason had dimmed the glory of the Li family, Li Honghe was still one of the veterans of Zhongzhou state and had a highly respected status. Situ Tsangyue should not have aimed the murderous weapon at Gu Xingyun. But Wang Tianzong should not have taken the initiative to attack the former god of war of Zhongzhou state. If Li Honghe died tonight, everything would be out of the question. But now Li Honghe was alive. It was believed that many people in Zhongzhou state had something to say. The Southeast group must also pay the price for what Wang Tianzong did tonight. The Li family was bound to get compensation. That was the rule. Everyone was abiding by the rule. "I don't know. I'll listen to Tianlan. He can get whatever he wants." Qin Weibai smiled and said, "Now, our distinguished guests should be on their way." "You did all this for him," Situ Tsangyue looked at Qin Weibai with complicated eyes. "Is it worth it?" She paused and continued to ask, "Have you ever regretted it?" Qin Weibai's body stiffened for a moment. "No, it's worth it," she whispered, but her tone was full of firmness. After tonight, the plan that had been planned for many years would begin, and everything would be irreversible. Li Tianlan's East Emperor Palace would gradually be perfected and eventually form a real prototype after the maneuver. It was not until this moment that Qin Weibai was sure that she had really done everything she could do. All of it. She created a paradise for the man she loved most. At the same time, she created a hell for herself. Qin Weibai suddenly smiled and asked softly, "Have you ever regretted falling in love with Li Kuangtu?" Situ Tsangyue froze for a moment and looked at Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai's eyes were quiet and deep. Situ Tsangyue shook her head and said, "No." This was respect for his feelings, and also respect for himself. Even if Li Kuangtu really committed treason. Even if Li Kuangtu was really heinous. But for anyone, no matter what the nature of the person he fell in love with, no matter what happened later, as long as he loved, there was no need to regret. Just because he loved. When Qin Weibai went downstairs and returned to the living room, Li Honghe had already gone upstairs to rest. Li Tianlan was still sitting in the hall. Lin Fengting, who had left soon after arriving at the villa, reappeared in the hall. Beside him sat a handsome young man with almost the same temperament as him. The three were chatting casually. Qin Weibai went downstairs quietly and came to Li Tianlan's side. Lin Fengting glanced at her and said with a smile, "Boss Qin, let me introduce you. This is my son, Lin Yuxian. You are all young people. You should support each other in the future. Yuxian, this is Qin Weibai, Boss Qin. Call her sister." Lin Yuxian came to Lin and with Lin Fengting. Lin Fengting arrived at Lonely Mountain first. Lin Yuxian did not catch up with the last earth-shattering sword, but was brought here by Lin Fengting. Lin Yuxian stood up with a smile and looked at Qin Weibai. He lost his composure for a moment and then calmed down again. However, he did not dare to take the initiative to reach out. He just scratched his head and said with a smile, "Sister Qin, I am Lin Yuxian." "What Sister Qin? Call me sister." Lin Fengting frowned. Lin Yuxian looked at his father strangely and then said with a wry smile, "Sister." Qin Weibai nodded with a smile. She took Li Tianlan's arm and sat beside him. She chuckled and said, "This is my husband. You should all know him." A playful smile flashed across Lin Fengting's mouth. Lin Yuxian immediately understood what Qin Weibai's unnecessary introduction meant. He looked at Li Tianlan and felt a little embarrassed. He called Qin Weibai sister. What was his sister's husband? This boy. When they met for the first time, he called him brother Lin. Li Tianlan was also a little embarrassed. He quietly glared at Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai smiled and was as beautiful as a flower. Li Tianlan just wanted to speak, but Lin Yuxian had already taken the initiative to speak. He reached out his hand as formally as they had just met for the first time. "Brother-in-law, hello." "Brother Lin, you are too polite." Li Tianlan held Lin Yuxian's hand and said with a wry smile, "We'd better call each other separately. You are older than me, brother-in-law is brother-in-law, not according to your age." Lin Fengting interrupted Li Tianlan's words. "Don't take advantage of me. That's it." Qin Weibai looked at Lin Fengting meaningfully and said with a chuckle, "I didn't prepare a greeting gift in advance. Yuxian's call of sister and brother-in-law is a little unfair. We are family. Don't care about this." Lin Fengting said softly. Qin Weibai took a deep look at him. She seemed to think of something and nodded. "Little Bai, why don't you let Tianlan go to Wuyue to develop?" Lin Fengting casually changed the way he addressed Qin Weibai and asked naturally. Li Tianlan turned his head subconsciously and glanced at Qin Weibai. "Wuyue." Qin Weibai's expression was calm. She whispered, "The water is too deep. As far as I know, Wuyue is more suitable for Tianlan's development now. Although it is the territory of the Wang family of Beihai, the Wang family of Beihai is now very complicated. If he is careful, Tianlan may be able to create his own foundation in Wuyue." Lin Fengting said quietly, "The current leader of Wuyue is Wang Qinglei. He is a character. Even if there is a foundation, it is fake, at least not stable." Qin Weibai shook her head and looked at Li Tianlan. "The foundation of East Emperor Palace should be in the south," she said softly. "The south?" Li Tianlan repeated the words. Qin Weibai nodded. "The southernmost." She held Li Tianlan's hand and said softly, "There will be a chance soon. It is the most suitable for you to go to the south." In the southernmost south, she had prepared everything for Li Tianlan. As long as there was a chance, it would become Li Tianlan's path to heaven. Qin Weibai was even ready for the opportunity. The southernmost part of Zhongzhou State. It was not Nanyun Province. It was Tiannan in the south of Nanyun. It was nearly 40,000 square kilometers, nominally belonging to Annan State, but now actually under the control of Zhongzhou State. For Li Tianlan. Chapter 330. Tiannan was heaven. Heaven was now spread on the tea table made of white marble. Lin Fengting and his son had gone upstairs to rest. Qin Weibai accompanied Li Tianlan to study the map of Tiannan. This was an extremely detailed and exquisite map. The topographical features of the 35,000 square kilometers of Tiannan were clearly displayed on it. Li Tianlan looked at the map. Qin Weibai's delicate fragrance drifted over. Smelling this fragrance, Li Tianlan's heart was more focused and calm. Why here? Li Tianlan asked. This is the most suitable place. Qin Weibai made a cup of tea for Li Tianlan and said softly. Li Tianlan took the teacup and said nothing, just quietly looking at the map of Tiannan in front of him. Tiannan was just a name for Zhongzhou state. And it was a private name for a few people standing in the upper class of Zhongzhou state. In fact, Annan state had never given up the fight for ownership of this territory. On the map, Tiannan was an irregular rectangle. This area, which was equivalent to 1/10 of the territory of Annan state, was extremely rich in terrain, including mountains, jungles, plains, and wetlands. There were 3 cities and more than 30 towns in Tiannan province, as well as some natural resources, which were not many but could not be ignored. For Zhongzhou state, since it had occupied this place, it could not give it up. Tiannan had now become a must-fight place for Zhongzhou state. And the must-fight place for Zhongzhou state. In Annan state, it must be protected. If it were not for the inexplicable war between the superpowers in the Dark World, today's Tiannan should have been the focus of all kinds of contradictions in the Dark World. Now there were 2 representative forces stationed in Tiannan. One was the Annan rebel army played by the Wang family of Beihai. In the border war 3 years ago, Annan state cooperated with the 5 superpowers to invade the border of Zhongzhou state in the name of the rebel army. Now this name had been used by Zhongzhou state for a long time. The elites of the Thunderbolt battalion were traded to the Wang family of Beihai by the Dongchen clan. Wang Tianzong handed the Thunderbolt battalion to Dijiang and asked him to be stationed in Tiannan. The reason that Zhongzhou state gave Annan state was also very fair. Annan state said that there was an uncontrolled rebel army in the country. Based on the principle that the 2 sides were friendly neighbors, Zhongzhou state directly sent troops to help Annan state suppress the rebellion. After entering Tiannan, Dijiang plundered all the resources here as fast as he could and sent them to the Wang family of Beihai. Then, under the constant protests of Annan state and the pressure exerted by the United Nations, the army of Zhongzhou state withdrew from Annan state under the leadership of Dijiang. But the so-called retreat was just a name. The Thunderbolt battalion led by Dijiang retreated. The rebel army of Annan state led by Dijiang began to rise again. When they were in uniform, they were the army, and they might be pressured by the military. But after burning the military uniforms, they were the rebels of Annan state, and they had no scruples at all. Now the Tiannan Freedom Corps established by Dijiang, with the secret support of the Wang family of Beihai, had a scale of 50,000 people, and they were all armed and elite. With the support of the Border Control Corps, this was already the greatest force in Tiannan. The other force belonged to the Purgatory of Heaven capital. The Purgatory of Heaven capital took the initiative to find Annan state. Knowing that it might not be able to recapture its territory, Annan state had no choice. Even if it knew that the Purgatory of Heaven capital was also up to no good, Annan state could only pin its hopes on them for the time being. Therefore, with the support of Annan state, the Purgatory of Heaven capital quickly gained a foothold in Tiannan, and its current strength was only slightly weaker than that of the Wang family of Beihai. In addition, the major forces of the Dark World had established secret strongholds in Tiannan. But with the war in the Dark World, the major forces had no energy to invest in Tiannan for the time being, so their strength was not to be feared. This was the current situation of Tiannan. Zhongzhou state, the Wang family of Beihai. Annan state, the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Plus the major forces of the Dark World that might participate in the future. The land of more than 30,000 square kilometers was not big, and it was the area of a small province. But the geographical location here was really too important. As long as it was occupied, it was possible to go north to Zhongzhou State and south to Annan State. Even if the force that occupied here did not have this strength, it could get the expected huge benefits if it swayed a little between Zhongzhou State and Annan State in the future. Now the Dark World was in chaos, and the war was endless. But any chaos would dissipate. At that time, the land of Tiannan would definitely become the focus of the Dark World's attention. Li Tianlan looked at the map in front of him, thinking about what the East Emperor Palace would get if it developed in Tiannan. It's too messy, he said softly. Not to mention the confrontation between the major dark forces in Tiannan in the future, even now the situation was not clear. It was definitely not easy for the East Emperor Palace to go to Tiannan and be sandwiched between the Purgatory of Heaven capital and the Wang family of Beihai. But compared to Zhongzhou State, Tiannan is the most suitable place for you to rise. Qin Weibai leaned against Li Tianlan and said softly, after the maneuver, the cooperation between the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City in Zhongzhou State may be further strengthened. Governor Situ seriously injured Gu Xingyun with the setting sun tonight, and the murderous weapon of Sai City will definitely change hands. Not only that, the special warfare system of the three provinces in the northeast, except for Guangdong, may also fall into the hands of Kunlun City. But with this result, the Northeast Special Warfare Headquarters of Zhongzhou State should be established. Now that you have grown to a certain extent, both the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City will try their best to limit your growth. The Special Warfare Headquarters of various regions will definitely be implemented in the shortest time. Although Zhongzhou State is large, under the pressure of the Special Warfare Headquarters, there are really not many regions that are suitable for your development. Li Tianlan nodded. Only Tiannan. Only Tiannan. Qin Weibai said with certainty, Tiannan is currently outside Zhongzhou State, but it is regarded as a possession by Zhongzhou State. But on the surface, everything in Tiannan has nothing to do with Zhongzhou State. Even the Tiannan Freedom Corps led by Dijiang now looks like a rebel army inside Annan State. Qin Weibai turned Li Tianlan's body around, looked into his eyes, and said, for the time being, Tiannan is still a place where the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State can't influence, but it is regarded as its own territory by Zhongzhou State. So if you go to Tiannan, no one in Zhongzhou State will object. Not only the East Emperor Palace, but maybe soon, all the forces in Zhongzhou State will go to Tiannan. It may be regarded as the last pure land of the free forces. The last pure land? Li Tianlan took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. No matter how chaotic Tiannan was at present, it was still the land of Annan State in name. However, that land had now been completely out of control and became the battlefield of the Wang family of Beihai and the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Wherever the rebel army passed, there was naturally no effective regime left. Tiannan now belonged to the rebel area of Annan State. There was no order and no strong regime rule there. Annan State was helpless about the rebel area. Naturally, the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State could not intervene and build a new order there. So the rules of Zhongzhou State were basically useless there. In that case, it was indeed a pure land with its own forces. Whoever could rule Tiannan could create a new order in Tiannan. But, the Wang family of Beihai and the Purgatory of Heaven capital are there. The free forces in the country don't have such courage, do they? Li Tianlan shook his head. The Purgatory of Heaven capital was easy to deal with. But the Wang family of Beihai was a real behemoth in Zhongzhou State. Tiannan was regarded as a thing in the pocket by Zhongzhou State, and also by the Wang family of Beihai. The free forces of Zhongzhou State went to Tiannan province without the permission of the Wang family of Beihai, which was tantamount to snatching meat from the Wang family of Beihai. Who had the guts to do that? Now they don't have such courage, but soon they will. Qin Weibai smiled. If there are major problems inside the Wang family of Beihai and they can't take care of themselves, can they still take care of the interests of Tiannan? Li Tianlan was shocked and looked at Qin Weibai carefully. The Wang family of Beihai would have problems. As early as a few years ago, he heard from military counselor. But Qin Weibai's tone, did she want to take the initiative to cause internal problems in the Wang family of Beihai? Now this time, seemed a little earlier than what she said at the beginning. What do you want to do? Li Tianlan asked in a cautious tone. He frowned and said in a very firm tone, you can't do anything. For the Wang family of Beihai, he always had an instinctive vigilance and fear. Li Tianlan didn't know how powerful the Wang family of Beihai was, but it was definitely not something that the Samsara Palace could shake. I won't do anything stupid. Qin Weibai reached out and stroked Li Tianlan's face. Her hands were slightly cold, and her eyes were as gentle as water. I just want you to relax. Tell me about your plan. Li Tianlan said. This was the first time he asked about the Samsara Palace's plan. My plan is very simple, Qin Weibai smiled sweetly. After you go to Tiannan, use the funds in your hands to set up a trading company first. I will arrange for people to support the trading company. This is the fastest industry for you to establish a foothold in Tiannan and also your core foundation. With your strength, it is not difficult for you to establish a foothold in Tiannan. After that, the East Emperor Palace will slowly expand. Tianlan, have you ever thought about what kind of position Zhongzhou State will give you when you return to Zhongzhou State with more than 30,000 square kilometers of land in the future? There was a very shining light in Qin Weibai's eyes. It was a kind of persistence with strong expectation and longing. But Li Tianlan's heart slowly sank. What he wanted to hear was Qin Weibai's plan, not the future of the East Emperor Palace. The future of the East Emperor Palace was too simple in Qin Weibai's narration. It was so simple that Li Tianlan couldn't detect what Qin Weibai had arranged behind his back. Qin Weibai took off the green hairpin on her head and put it in Li Tianlan's hand. She whispered, this is for you. Trade is your foundation in Tiannan, and this is your trump card in Tiannan. Li Tianlan was suddenly shocked. He didn't have to think to know what this hairpin was. He had a falling stars on his wrist. When the brave soldiers were close to each other, they would completely sense each other. In short, the murderous soldiers' energy storage time would be accelerated. The hairpin in Qin Weibai's hand was undoubtedly Blue Sky Underworld of the Samsara Palace. Giving away the murderous weapon, Qin Weibai was not only generous, but most importantly, where did she get the power? My sister asked me to bring out Blue Sky Underworld for you to use. Qin Weibai whispered, it will take at least 3 years for Blue Sky Underworld to store energy. You also have a murderous weapon here. If you put them together, the storage time will be slightly faster. Anyway, Blue Sky Underworld can't be used now, so it's better to leave it with you. If it can help you gain a foothold in Tiannan, my sister will be very happy. Li Tianlan looked at Qin Weibai silently. His hand trembled slightly, but his tone was still calm. Answer my question. He looked at Qin Weibai and said. What question? Qin Weibai blinked and began to play dumb. What does the Samsara Palace want to do? Li Tianlan looked at Qin Weibai, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually became stronger. It was an indescribable intuition. Perhaps there was a basis, but Li Tianlan couldn't tell. He just instinctively felt that something was wrong. Qin Weibai didn't speak, just turned her head to look at the map of Tiannan in front of her. Li Tianlan turned to look at the map. The atmosphere seemed to become silent and awkward for a moment. I don't deserve to know. After a long time, Li Tianlan suddenly asked. It's not that you don't deserve it. Qin Weibai shook her head without hesitation. Then tell me what I want to know. Li Tianlan said blandly, I don't like the feeling of being controlled. Even if the person who controls me is you, even if you do it for my sake, I don't like it. He wasn't sure what he wanted to know, but he suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. This kind of uneasiness had existed since Qin Weibai first appeared, but it was very faint. After 3 years, Qin Weibai appeared so abruptly that Li Tianlan couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. But when Qin Weibai handed Blue Sky Underworld to him, the bad intuition in his heart suddenly became extremely strong. Qin Weibai handed Blue Sky Underworld to him. What would happen to the Samsara palace? What would she do? Even if blue sky underworld couldn't be used for the time being, it was a murderous weapon. Would she give it to someone else if she couldn't use it? Li Tianlan had never heard of this. We are going to do something in snow country. Qin Weibai hesitated and finally said. What is it? Li Tianlan asked. Don't ask, okay? Qin Weibai looked at Li Tianlan with a pleading look in her eyes. Li Tianlan's heart softened, but he forced himself to harden his heart and said calmly, I will know. You will know soon. Qin Weibai said softly, Tianlan, give me a little more time. 1 month, 2 months at most, and I will tell you everything, okay? She hugged Li Tianlan and leaned her head against his chest. She whispered, 2 months at most. Everything will be over. At that time, I'll come back to you and tell you all my secrets. We'll always be together. I won't do anything. I'll be raised by you at home peacefully. Is that okay? Her eyes were hazy and full of longing. Why 2 months later? Li Tianlan asked, touching her long hair. Qin Weibai didn't speak. She couldn't tell him that her longing would always be a longing. And she couldn't tell him that everything she said now was a lie. In the north. In snow country. In that world of ice and snow, she would try her best to drag the Wang family of Beihai into hell forever. Hell was in the north. Only when she fell into hell could Li Tianlan get the most free heaven. Tianlan, trust me one more time. I don't want to control your life. This is the last time. Believe me, it's really the last time. Qin Weibai said quietly. Her heart seemed to twitch into a ball. She used deception to get Li Tianlan's trust. She didn't know if Li Tianlan would forgive her when he knew the truth. She didn't dare to think about it. Okay. Li Tianlan held her body and nodded gently. Qin Weibai smiled brightly, like a flower blooming in the morning in early summer. She kissed Li Tianlan's face and said in a sweet voice, Good boy, this is my good husband. Call me again. Li Tianlan suppressed all the thoughts in his heart and ordered with a smile. Good husband. Qin Weibai called again obediently, her voice sweet and gentle. Call me again. Li Tianlan looked at Qin Weibai's cheeks gradually becoming rosy and smiled playfully. Qin Weibai shook her head. She leaned close to Li Tianlan, bit his ear, and whispered, Carry me to the room, and I'll call you on the bed, okay? Li Tianlan's breathing suddenly quickened. Okay. He really didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Li Tianlan suddenly bent down, picked up Qin Weibai's delicate body, and strode upstairs. The light was on in the master bedroom of the villa. Li Tianlan pushed open the door almost violently and subconsciously wanted to turn off the light. No. Qin Weibai's charming eyes were like silk. I don't want to turn off the light. I want to look at you. Li Tianlan growled and threw Qin Weibai on the bed. Qin Weibai's black hair spread on the bed wantonly, and the goddess under the light looked more charming and languid. Li Tianlan rushed over. Qin Weibai smiled and put her hands around Li Tianlan's neck. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, looking deeply at Li Tianlan's face. The man who made her willing to give up everything. The man she owed too much to. Qin Weibai looked at him quietly, as if she wanted to imprint his face in her soul. She never regretted what she had done. She just felt a little reluctant. Chapter 331. The night in Beihai was long. When the long night was about to pass, Wang Tianzong had returned to Mount Dibing from Linpen. The lights on Mount Dibing were shining. The bright and dazzling light completely dispelled the darkest night before dawn. The light was like a curtain, shining on every corner of the mountain. There were figures everywhere from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. The internal security forces of the Wang family of Beihai were all in action. The strong light lit up everywhere. In the dark night, there were no shadows on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain. There was silence in front of Emperor Hall. This was the place where the light was focused, but everyone nearby intentionally or unintentionally avoided it. The rockery and garden in front of the hall had completely disappeared. After the mess after the war was cleaned up, it looked extremely empty. 3 middle-aged men in the standard military uniforms of Beihai province knelt in front of the silent hall with pale faces, sweating all over their faces. Wang Tianzong, who just came back and saw this scene, suddenly felt his heart sink. The sword energy on the top of the mountain had dissipated, but the fierce sword intent still remained. Wang Tianzong felt all this, and his strength seemed to be gradually disappearing. He stood there silently and did not move for a long time. The elites of the internal security forces came and went. Finally, someone saw Wang Tianzong, so they instinctively saluted and called him Your Majesty. There were more and more people. The solemn atmosphere continued to spread on Mount Dibing. Wang Tianzong's brain was buzzing. He only felt that countless figures were shaking in front of him. The perfect state of mind that had been maintained for many years was in chaos. The light seemed so dazzling that he could not see everything clearly. Your Majesty, countless people were shouting in his ears. It was a mess. Wang Tianzong finally came to his senses. In front of him, the elites of the internal security forces had knelt on the ground. Everyone had a complicated expression, mixed with inexplicable fear and shame. Wang Tianzong took a deep breath. His expression was calm, and the light deep in his eyes returned to indifference. He was the Sword Emperor of the Wang family of Beihai. The Emperor could have fear and timidity. But under the light, the Emperor could only have majesty. Do what you should do, Wang Tianzong said and slowly walked to his palace. The 3 middle-aged men kneeling in front of the palace grew increasingly nervous, and a large amount of sweat even seeped out of their foreheads. The military uniforms the 3 of them wore were modified by the Wang family of Beihai, but the military ranks on their shoulders were no different from those of Zhongzhou state. 1 lieutenant general and 2 major generals were the 3 main leaders of the internal defense force of the Wang family of Beihai. Although they were retainers of the Wang family of Beihai, they were still generals of Zhongzhou state even if they were out of Beihai province. In theory, they could have a position that matched their military ranks in any place in Zhongzhou state. But now, these 3 generals with real power were kneeling silently, and there was even some fear on their faces. Wang Tianzong walked up to them. The 3 generals lowered their heads, the sweat on their foreheads already dripping to the ground. Get up, Wang Tianzong said. The 3 of them did not get up. The corner of the lieutenant general's mouth twitched as he said hoarsely, Your Majesty, what's going on? Wang Tianzong looked at the lieutenant general in front of him and said calmly, Wu Qiu, you are my brother. Stand up and talk. Wu Qiu, the commander of the internal defense force, was a lieutenant general of Beihai, the most senior expert of the half-step invincible realm in the Wang family of Beihai, and the patriarch of the wealthy Wu family. He was one of Wang Tianzong's most trusted confidants. No matter what happened tonight, Wu Qiu could not participate in it. This was the most basic trust. Wu Qiu's face turned red. He seemed to be a little excited, but more ashamed. He gritted his teeth but did not get up. He just said in a hoarse voice, Your Majesty, I'm incompetent. A group of thunder-shocking realm experts of unknown origin sneaked into the top of the mountain. They wore some special equipment and attacked Madam. This is my negligence. Wang Tianzong's eyes suddenly condensed. A group of thunder-shocking realm experts sneaked into the top of the mountain. He asked softly after a moment of silence. Yes. Wu Qiu's voice was full of embarrassment. The internal defense force was stationed at the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain. Only a small number of elites were stationed at the top of the mountain. The enemy suddenly launched an attack at the top of the mountain. The internal defense force had no time to support them no matter how fast they reacted. It seemed that the responsibility of the internal defense force was not great. But it was the negligence of the internal defense force to let the enemy sneak into the top of the mountain. Not to mention that the monitoring eyes of the internal defense force could monitor every corner outside the top of the mountain. Even the guests who came and went to Mount Dibbing were strictly examined by the internal defense force. They attacked the hostess of the Wang family of Beihai at the top of the mountain. This was completely inconceivable before. Wu Qiu, you have been really careless these years. Wang Tianzong said in a low voice after a long silence. Wu Qiu, who kept sweating, calmed down and said in a deep voice, "It's my negligence." "Get up." Wang Tianzong shook his head. The internal defense force comes up with a new plan that can ensure the safety of Mount Dibbing in the future. I want to see this report in 3 days. Yes. Wu Qiu stood up and bowed deeply. The other 2 major generals still knelt where they were and did not dare to move. Wang Tianzong's eyes fell on the 2 of them. He was silent for a moment and then whispered, "I can trust Wu Qiu. But can I trust you?" "Your Majesty." The 2 major generals raised their heads at the same time and looked terrified. Without the secret cover of the internal defense force, the enemy can't sneak into Mount Dibbing, let alone bring equipment. Wu Qiu has not been in Mount Dibbing recently. This is his dereliction of duty, but the dereliction of duty can be investigated in the future. But the betrayal must be solved now. Wang Tianzong's voice became softer and softer, and a thick and cold killing intent slowly diffused from him. I don't know who is the traitor. If you are willing to stand out, I can let your family go. The treatment of the internal defense force was excellent, but at the same time, the discipline was extremely strict. Ordinary officers with the rank below colonel, except for the elite stationed at the top of the mountain, were forbidden to go up the mountain without the transfer order. As for taking some special equipment up the mountain, it needed the signature of a commander and 2 deputy commanders of the internal defense force. This was a loophole that could not be covered up. It seemed that the other party did not intend to cover it up. From the moment of attacking summer solstice, the other party had already regarded the hidden pawn buried in the internal defense force as a chess piece. At present, it seemed that the 2 major generals in front of him were suspects, at least the biggest suspects. Wang Tianzong did not say what would happen if they were unwilling to stand out. Summer solstice was definitely his reverse scale. If no one was willing to stand out, Wang Tianzong did not even bother to investigate. The 2 major generals and their families might not be spared tonight. It was okay to kill the wrong person. Silence. In the dead silence, a major general suddenly moved. He reached out, took off the epaulette on his shoulder, and respectfully placed it in front of Wang Tianzong. Your Majesty, please keep your promise and let my family go. The major general wiped the sweat on his forehead, and his face had become completely calm. Wang Tianzong narrowed his eyes. Wu Qiu's face suddenly twisted. His eyes were filled with anger and a trace of disbelief. Wang Exan. How dare you betray the Wang family of Beihai? Wang Exan's face was slightly pale. He sighed and was about to speak. He didn't betray the Wang family of Beihai, but me. Wang Tianzong said lightly. Wang Exan was taken aback and kept silent. Who is it? Wang Tianzong asked. Wang Exan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Your Majesty, I don't know who they are. I'm just following orders. Whose orders are you following? Wu Qiu grinned grimly and took a step forward subconsciously. Wang Tianzong calmly stopped him. Wang Exan's expression became calmer. He looked at Wu Qiu with a trace of complexity in his eyes and then smiled. Commander, I'm following orders. As for whose orders, I don't mind saying it, but do you and your Majesty really want to hear it? It's Wang. Wang Exan opened his mouth, but just spat out 2 words. The space in front of Emperor Hall suddenly fell into absolute silence. Wang Exan's mouth was still moving. He seemed to want to say that name. But the space around him had been completely distorted, and even his mouth shape had become completely out of shape. He tried to say something, but he couldn't make a sound, and his mouth shape couldn't be recognized. Streaks of blood shot out from his body one after another. Wang Exan seemed to suffer great pain, and his eyes became crazy for a moment. I can understand your thoughts, but there must be a bottom line for everything. Whoever dares to cross this line must die. Wang Tianzong calmly said, "You're right. I really don't want to hear it, and I don't need to." The vague sword intent filled every corner of Wang Xian's surroundings. Blood sprayed all over the sky. In the cold and sharp sword intent, Wang Xian's whole body gradually turned into a pile of minced meat, and finally turned into nothingness in the sword energy. Wu Qiu stood beside Wang Tianzong, and his eyes were calm and cold. "Your Majesty, just let it go." Until Wang Xian's body disappeared, Wu Qiu gritted his teeth and asked. "It's not the time." Wang Tianzong was silent for a while and shook his head. He reached out his hand, and the Major General epaulet on the ground fell into his hand. He handed the epaulet to Wu Qiu casually. He said flatly, "Find a suitable person, let him take it, and then report it to the political department of Zhongzhou State. Remember your plan. I want to see it as soon as possible." Wu Qiu took the epaulet respectfully and answered. Wang Tianzong turned around and walked to the main hall. "Let Xian Ming come to see me." As he said this, he put his hand in front of the door of Emperor Hall. His movements were a little hesitant. From an angle that Wu Qiu couldn't see, his eyes were scared and worried. The door of Emperor Hall was pushed open little by little. Wang Tianzong walked in. The desk lamp was on in the bedroom in the hall. The orange light illuminated a corner of the bedroom, which looked very warm. Summer Solstice's exquisite body was curled up on the bed at this time, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably, as if she was suffering great pain. Wang Tianzong walked into the bedroom silently, got on the bed, lifted the heavy quilt that was out of season, and held Summer Solstice tightly in his arms. Summer Solstice's body was extremely cold, as if there was no temperature at all. Wang Tianzong held her. There was silence. "It's okay." Summer Solstice took the initiative to speak. Her voice was a little trembling, but it was extremely gentle. She smiled reluctantly, but it was very beautiful. "It's not very painful. It's just that I haven't done it for so many years, and I'm not used to this feeling." "Do you know who did it?" Wang Tianzong asked in a low voice, holding Summer Solstice's hand tighter and tighter, as if he wanted to give all his warmth to her. Summer Solstice lay in Wang Tianzong's arms and shook her head. Wang Tianzong stopped talking. In fact, there was no need to ask. He remembered the woman who had said in the World Palace last night that she would let the Wang family of Beihai fall into hell forever. His eyes became cold and piercingly cold. "I'm cold," Summer Solstice said softly. Wang Tianzong restrained his killing intent, hugged her as much as he could, and covered her with the quilt. "It's okay," Summer Solstice said, "it'll be fine at dawn. I haven't used the sword for many years, and my body can't bear the sword intent. In fact, it's not a big deal. It'll be okay if there are several more attacks like this. In the past, you spoiled me too much. If I could do it from time to time, maybe I would have adapted to it. There won't be a second time," Wang Tianzong said in a deep voice. "Let Summer Solstice do it from time to time." How could he bear to do it? Summer Solstice. This name had gradually been forgotten by the dark world over the years. After the battle against Li Kuangtu, there was no more legend about her in the dark world. No one knew her current state. Except for Wang Tianzong. In the decades of the Wang family of Beihai, Summer Solstice was the only person who had taken the whole set of immortality potion. The purpose of doing so was not to recover her injury. It was to let her live. This was Wang Tianzong's decision that year. He just wanted Summer Solstice to stay with him and grow old with him. He didn't care about combat capability. In his eyes, Summer Solstice, who was quietly playing with flowers and plants, was the most beautiful summer solstice. "Use another set of immortality potion," Wang Tianzong said softly. His tone was calm and ordinary, as simple as letting Summer Solstice eat a piece of candy. "Fool, it doesn't work." Summer Solstice chuckled and said, "And it's not necessary. It's impossible for my injury to recover. When dawn comes, I guess I'll be fine. Wang Tianzong was silent. He was very clear about summer solstice's current state. In terms of sword intent, summer solstice was still at the peak of the invincible realm, even not much inferior to him. In terms of foundation, she was now only equivalent to an ordinary woman. The battle that year was too fierce, and her foundation was destroyed in that battle. If it weren't for the immortality potion, summer solstice wouldn't even have lived for a year after that battle. Although she survived successfully now, the result of her martial arts foundation being completely loose was that her sword intent was still there, but her body was getting worse and worse. In short, summer solstice could still exert the combat capability of the invincible realm. But her combat capability was extremely limited, and it couldn't be recovered. If summer solstice at her peak pulled out her sword, she could even fight against Wang Tianzong head-on. But her foundation was loose, so her sword intent became limited. She only had so much sword intent. Once it was used up, she would have no foundation and could never recover. To some extent, a peak of the invincible realm like summer solstice was a consumable. The cruelest consumable. Her combat capability would gradually decrease with the increase of the number of fights, and her foundation was not there. Every time she pulled out her sword, it would bring her extreme pain. Summer solstice said that she would be fine at dawn. At that time, it might just be that her body would no longer hurt. In the next few years, summer solstice's body could not fully recover. Wang Tianzong knew very well what those who attacked summer solstice were thinking. He was reluctant to let summer solstice fight. But those people obviously didn't think so. For them, the existence of summer solstice, in any general trend, would become a force that could change the battle situation. That was why there was the attack tonight. After this attack, for at least a few years, summer solstice would be pressed on Mount Dibbing and could no longer fight. Wang Tianzong took a deep breath and spat it out heavily. For many years, he didn't seem to be as aggrieved as he was now. I can actually understand what she did. Wang Tianzong whispered, but I can't accept it. Who? Summer solstice raised her head, looking confused. A woman as stupid as you. Wang Tianzong tidied the hair in front of summer solstice's forehead and said softly. To some extent, Qin Weibai and summer solstice were actually the same kind of people. There were always some women who could burn themselves unreservedly for their men and were willing to give everything of themselves, even their souls. In fact, there was one thing that Wang Tianzong didn't tell Li Honghe. Before he entered the invincible realm, the Wang family of Beihai was in the most dangerous period. When he was still tentatively contacting Kunlun City for cooperation. It was summer solstice who found the Gu family alone. She directly promoted the treason case of Zhongzhou state that shocked the dark world. At that time, Wang Tianzong was as ignorant as Li Tianlan was now. When everything happened, he understood what was going on. I'm not stupid. Summer solstice wrinkled her nose and was a little dissatisfied. You're the stupidest. Wang Tianzong looked at summer solstice. The light in the bedroom was too dim, and summer solstice was too beautiful. So his eyes were a little blurred. Your Majesty, a voice sounded outside Emperor Hall, calm and cold. I'm Xianming. Xianming. The person in charge of all intelligence agencies of the Wang family of Beihai. The person in charge. Wang Tianzong took a deep breath and said calmly, what did you find? Who went to Mount Dibbing tonight? I can't be sure at the moment. Xianming paused for a while and said, it's very likely to be Samsara Palace. There are two people, suspected to be saint and military counselor. I'll continue to investigate. There's no need to investigate. Wang Tianzong sneered and said calmly, find another direction. 10 days, I'll give you 10 days. No matter what method you use, no matter how much you pay, I want the address of the headquarters of Samsara Palace. At all costs. Remember, you only have 10 days. The voice of Xianming outside the hall fell silent. Wang Tianzong lowered his head and looked at summer solstice in his arms. He whispered, 10 days later, I'll avenge you. You have to be careful. Summer Solstice blinked her eyes and looked tired. Her eyelids gradually closed. Don't be impulsive. Well, go to sleep. Wang Tianzong stroked her head. The bedroom gradually fell silent. Tianzong, in the silence, Summer Solstice's voice sounded like a whisper. Do you think there will be a place for me on the stone of formidable person in the future? Of course there will be. Wang Tianzong whispered, there must be. Where will it be? Summer Solstice's voice became softer. No matter where you are, I'll be by your side. Wang Tianzong whispered, I'll always be by your side. Very good. Summer Solstice smiled softly. Very good, and it was the best. She never regretted becoming Wang Tianzong's wife, nor did she regret her contribution to the Wang family of Beihai. They would stay together until their hair turned white. As long as she could be with him, even if it was a mountain of knives, a sea of fire, or a cliff, as long as he was still by her side, his temperature was the most desirable tenderness. The light gradually bloomed in the sky. The coldness and pain like night began to fade. Chapter 332. Sober. He was in a coma. His consciousness swayed back and forth between the dead silence and the shimmer. The sound of the helicopter rotors whistling in his ears was intermittent. The pain spread from his heart to the top of his head and to the soles of his feet. The intense pain surrounded his body, and then he became numb. The formless energy seemed to be doing its best to disintegrate his body, as if it was trying to make his body as fragmented as possible, turning it into a bloody mess. Gu Xingyun could not move. But his consciousness was struggling desperately. One step further was life. One step backward was death. Gu Xingyun opened his eyes again. In his sight, there was still a dim cabin. The light in the cabin was faint, so everything in his sight became blurred. Blood gushed from the corners of his mouth. It was warm and then cold. Gu Xingyun was in a trance. The faint light in the cabin seemed so dazzling. The intense pain and numbness occupied all his consciousness. His mind was in a trance as if he would fall into eternal darkness at any time. Gu Xingyun subconsciously grabbed the seat beside him and bit the tip of his tongue with all his strength. His lips and teeth were numb. He misjudged his strength and directly bit his tongue. The blood poured into his mouth and was spat out by him. Different from the sharp pain in his body, his will was suddenly refreshed. You're awake. A voice sounded in his ear. In some blurred vision, Gu Qianchuan's face gradually became clear. Gu Xingyun looked at him. His face was completely distorted in the severe pain, looking ferocious and horrible. But his eyes were extremely bright. They were indifferent and vigilant, like two cold stars inlaid on a ghost face. Gu Qianchuan was also looking at Gu Xingyun. His face was calm, and his eyes were calm. Only calmness. The helicopter roared to the northwest at a high altitude. The two most powerful men in Kunlun City looked at each other quietly. You're badly hurt. Gu Qianchuan took the initiative to speak after a long time. His voice lost its former respect. When he spoke, he turned his head and looked in another direction. Gu Xingyun could not see his eyes. His mouth was still sweet and warm. His voice was a little vague and short. Where are you? This question was somewhat inexplicable. Gu Qianchuan understood what he meant. We're on our way back to Kunlun City. Kunlun City. Back to Kunlun City. Gu Xingyun's fuzzy consciousness was suddenly startled, and he became sober again. No. We can't go back. Gu Qianchuan was stunned and looked at Gu Xingyun in confusion. Gu Xingyun's breathing became more and more rapid, and he just kept repeating, you can't go back. Kunlun City. That was the most glorious achievement of his life, and it was also the place where he felt the most at ease. But in his current state, Kunlun City was the most dangerous place for him. Gu Qianchuan gradually understood. He vaguely knew why Gu Xingyun didn't want to go back. Because Li Shi was still in Kunlun City. Li Shi. It was the wife of the governor who had hardly walked out of Kunlun City for more than 20 years. As the first elder of Kunlun City, Gu Qianchuan knew very well that the relationship between Gu Xingyun and Li Shi was not harmonious. But he didn't expect their relationship to be so stiff. When Gu Xingyun was seriously injured, he did not dare to go home. What was he afraid of? Gu Qianchuan suddenly felt pity for Gu Xingyun. He did not understand the meaning of such a couple. If we don't return to the Kunlun realm, are we going to Yuzhou? Gu Qianchuan looked at Gu Xingyun and asked. Gu Xingyun suddenly fell silent. He was the war god of Zhongzhou state, but it was even more dangerous to go to Yuzhou when he was seriously injured and powerless than to go back to Kunlun City. He trembled and reached out his hand. His stiff and numb arm struggled to reach into his arms and pulled out a button from the interlayer of his clothes. The buttons were small and delicate, and they shone with a strange light in the dark cabin. Gu Xingyun seemed to want to crush the button, but his palm shook, so the button fell to the ground and rolled in front of Gu Qianchuan. Gu Xingyun's scattered eyes suddenly condensed. Gu Qianchuan narrowed his eyes. The roar of the rotor still filled the cabin. But the atmosphere in the cabin suddenly became a little strange. Gu Qianchuan picked up the button in front of him and looked at Gu Xingyun thoughtfully. Gu Xingyun quietly looked at Gu Qianchuan. After a long silence, he said lightly, "Give it to me." Gu Qianchuan did not move. He looked at Gu Xingyun for a long time and suddenly asked, "Why?" The meaning of this sentence was simple, but the meaning behind it was unusual. Why? Why should I give it to you? If you die, I will be the city governor of Kunlun City. So, why? Kunlun City was not harmonious inside. The intrigue between the city governor and the first elder was not a secret. Gu Xingyun and Gu Qianchuan knew what each other wanted. In such an environment, there was no need to hide. Gu Qianchuan just wanted to ask why. This was not a fallout, but if Gu Xingyun could not give an answer, the consequences would be more serious than a fallout. "I can't die," Gu Xingyun said calmly, and his face grew darker. Situ Cangyue's setting sun almost completely hit him. He could escape and let Gu Qianchuan take him away from Lin Hen, which was an overdraft of his potential. In his current state, let alone Gu Qianchuan, even an ordinary person could easily kill him. But the look in his eyes became calm, even a little calm. Why? Gu Qianchuan still asked this question, but it had a different meaning. If I die, do you have enough strength to guard Kunlun City? Gu Xingyun laughed sarcastically. Now your strength is barely in the top 10 of the holy list, not to mention the divine list. You can't guard Kunlun City after my death. His words were blunt and merciless. A touch of anger flashed in Gu Qianchuan's eyes. The current result is the best for you. Gu Xingyun's eyes were dim, his breath was getting weaker, and his breathing became heavy. I'm seriously injured, but I won't die. I'm not sure whether I will become the second summer solstice. During my recovery time, the power of Kunlun City is in your hands. As long as I don't die, it is a deterrent to the outside world. Kunlun City, ahem. Kunlun City will always exist. What's wrong with this result? He looked at Gu Qianchuan and mocked, with your current strength, you won't even be a match for Dijiang of the Wang family of Beihai in a life-and-death battle. Can you guard Kunlun City by yourself? The biggest disagreement between him and Gu Qianchuan was the power of Kunlun City. He did not want to see Kunlun City disappear and be ruined. Gu Qianchuan did not want to either. Therefore, the negotiations between the two were quite sincere. What you said makes sense. Gu Qianchuan pondered for a long time before nodding. He handed the button in his hand to Gu Xingyun. Gu Xingyun had no strength to crush the button, so he simply put it in his mouth and bit it, swallowing it with the cool liquid in the button. Gu Qianchuan watched Gu Xingyun take the medicine. The effect of the medicine was immediate. Although Gu Xingyun was still weak, his breathing gradually began to become stable. Gu Qianchuan knew what Gu Xingyun was eating. Strictly speaking, it was also an immortality potion. It was just an immortality potion belonging to the Zhongzhou state government. This was the immortality potion that Zhongzhou state traded with the Wang family of Beihai when they first developed the immortality potion hundreds of years ago. Zhongzhou state decomposed the immortality potion and then added a large number of precious medicinal materials. Finally, it became the healing holy medicine that Gu Xingyin took. This thing was also based on vitality, but it would not prolong life. Instead, it would infinitely expand the recovery speed of injury. This was the exclusive holy medicine of the war god of Zhongzhou state. Although there was only one drop in a button, it was equivalent to a life. What are you going to do? Gu Qianchuan looked at Gu Xingyin, who became dizzy again, and his eyes flickered. What will you do for me? Gu Xingyin twitched the corner of his mouth and said in a low tone. This time, he was really seriously injured. Gu Xingyin did not know how long he could recover. He was not even sure if he could maintain the combat capability of the invincible realm. During the period of his recovery, even if he was reluctant, he had to hand over the power of Kunlun City to Gu Qianchuan. Gu Qianchuan would certainly not let him stay outside when he had the power. During the period of his recovery, he was basically under house arrest by Gu Qianchuan. One day, when his combat capability was restored, if Gu Qianchuan did a good job, it would not be so easy for him to take back the power of the city lord. Kunlun City was a city, but it had a short time to rise and its foundation was insufficient. It looked like a family. In the family, the city lord was not necessarily the strongest. The key was who held the power of the family. I have a manor in Yinzhou with a good environment. If you don't want to stay in Kunlun City, you can go there to recover. Gu Qianchuan was silent for a while and whispered. His tone was extremely sincere. Gu Qianchuan twitched the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, okay. He really did not want to stay in Kunlun City. When he thought of Kunlun City without the combat capability, he would feel fear. Instead of that, it was better to accept Gu Qianchuan's house arrest, which seemed to be out of good intentions. What else do you want? Gu Qianchuan asked seriously. Gu Xingyin thought for a moment and said calmly, it's boring to be alone. Let Qingqing accompany me. Li Qingqing. Gu Xingyun and Li Shi's daughter. She was also Li Shi's reverse scale. As long as Li Qingqing was controlled by his side, Gu Xingyun would not worry about what Li Shi would do. Gu Qianchuan did not need to worry either. So he nodded and said with a smile, very thoughtful. Gu Xingyun nodded. He seemed to want to say something, but his spirit could no longer support him and he passed out again. The helicopter flew across the night sky to the northwest. Over the mountains and the Great Lake, the air gradually became cold. When Gu Xingyun opened his eyes again, Kunlun Mountain, which seemed to be unchanged for thousands of years, was already in front of him. He regained some spirit. But the strong sense of weakness became more and more obvious, so that he struggled to sit up. Have we arrived? Gu Xingyun asked in a hoarse voice. His brain was confused, and he had a terrible headache. Yes. Gu Qianchuan nodded. I have arranged it. Qingqing has taken a helicopter to Yinzhou an hour ago. Good. Gu Xingyun nodded. Looking out of the window at Kunlun City, which had appeared in his sight, he felt a little more confident. The helicopter landed at the small airport of Kunlun City. Gu Qianchuan quietly helped Gu Xingyin back to his residence. It was cold in Kunlun. The stove in Gu Xingyin's residence was very hot. The room was warm and comfortable. Gu Xingyin sat down on the sofa, gasped, and said faintly, I'll stay here for a few more days. After this matter is completely resolved, I'll immediately set off for Yinzhou. This matter was undoubtedly about cooperating with the Wang family of Beihai to assassinate Li Honghe. If Li Honghe died in Lin'an, nothing would happen. If Li Honghe did not die, it would cause an uproar. Gu Xingyun and Gu Qianchuan left halfway. They did not even know the result of the assassination. Go ahead. Gu Xingyun glanced at Gu Qianchuan and said indifferently. Gu Qianchuan nodded and turned to leave. Gu Xingyun sat on the sofa and looked at Gu Qianchuan's back. His eyes became deep, as if all the temperature had disappeared. What if he temporarily handed over the power of Kunlun City? In this battle with Situ Tsangyue, what if the murderous weapon Setting Sun fell into Gu Qianchuan's hands? As long as he could recover, both the murderous weapon and the power would be his. Gu Xingyun leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, still too young. As soon as Gu Qianchuan stepped out of the door, a beautiful white shadow appeared in front of him. Gu Qianchuan was stunned. Looking at the woman in front of him, his eyes flickered. The woman's face was extremely beautiful. She wore a white dress and had picturesque eyebrows. Her hair was neatly combed and soft. The long waterfall-like hair seemed to be mixed with snowflakes, and the ends of her hair were a little white. However, this did not weaken her charm. Instead, it made her look more deadly attractive. Heavenly beauty was a perfect description for the woman in front of him. She was beautiful to the extreme, like a colorful ink painting spread out in the snow, unforgettable. Sister-in-law. Gu Qianchuan was silent for a while and said hello with a smile. The woman in front of him, at least for now, was still the hostess of Kunlun City, whether in name or in fact. Although she had never expressed any opinion on the internal affairs of Kunlun City, no one would question her identity. Li Shi. She was the wife of the governor of Kunlun City and the only wife of Gu Xingyun. Where is Qingcheng? Li Shi stood in front of Gu Qianchuan and asked straightforwardly. Her voice was crisp and could even be said to be pleasing to the ear. She spoke very quickly, but the words that came out of her mouth were always strange. Her tone seemed to be very impatient, but there was no emotion in her voice. She was not stiff and mechanical. It was an almost empty numbness. This was obviously a peerless beauty that could not be described with any gorgeous words, but there was no aura. Under the gorgeous appearance, there was only emptiness and numbness. I arranged for Qingcheng to go out to play. Gu Qianchuan smiled and said, this is the meaning of the governor. Where is Qingcheng? Li Shi asked again. Gu Xingyun was calm and just shook his head. He whispered, the governor is inside. He stepped aside to make way. Li Shi hesitated for a moment, but still stepped into Gu Xingyun's courtyard. Gu Qianchuan turned his head and looked at Li Shi's white dress fluttering in the wind and snow. His eyes were playful and cold. Gu Xingyun did not dare to return to Kunlun City because he was seriously injured. He did not dare to return here until he controlled Li Qingcheng. Undoubtedly, he was afraid of his wife, Li Shi. He was not on good terms with Gu Xingyun. But even so, he would rather believe himself, who wanted to compete with him for the control of Kunlun City, than Li Shi. Husband and wife? Oh, what kind of husband and wife were they? Li Shi walked into the room from the courtyard. Gu Xingyun still leaned on the sofa. He just glanced at Li Shi casually and was too lazy to move his body. Where is Qingcheng? Li Shi asked directly. In Kunlun City, she almost never talked to Gu Xingyun. Even if she occasionally spoke, she was straightforward. Qingcheng should go out and have a walk. It is not good for her to stay in Kunlun City all the time. I should have time in the next few years. I will take her with me and hand her over to me. Gu Xingyun said indifferently. Li Shi looked at Gu Xingyun quietly. You are hurt, she said. Her tone was not the worry of a wife, nor the pleasure of an enemy. It was plain, empty, and numb, which made people feel uncomfortable. Seriously injured? Gu Xingyun smiled. His eyes were a little cold, and his tone was a little angry. The full blow of setting Sunday ha, Situ Tsangyue, that bitch. Bitch. Li Shi's delicate body shook quietly. The full blow of the murderous weapon setting sun, she knew very well what it meant. Many years ago, she had personally witnessed another murderous weapon bombarding another woman's body at close range. In the monstrous sword intent and flowing light, the murderous weapon was broken, and the invincible silence was destroyed. That murderous weapon was called the infinite sky. The power of setting sun was not as good as the infinite sky. But in the same way, Gu Xingyun's strength was not as good as the woman who shattered the infinite sky. Will you die? Li Shi asked calmly. I don't want to die. Gu Xingyun shook his head. Li Shi finally understood why her daughter left Kunlun City. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a sneer and mockery with obvious emotions. So you let Gu Qianchuan take Qingqing away. You control Qingqing because you are afraid that I will kill you when you are seriously injured? If you kill me, Qingqing will die. Gu Xingyun looked at Li Shi calmly. Are you willing to kill me? Li Shi's eyes suddenly burst with anger and contempt. Do you know what you are doing? You threaten your wife with your own daughter. Gu Xingyun, what kind of man are you? You are a bastard. Hypocritical and disgusting. You don't deserve to be a man at all. Bastard, disgusting, not worthy to be a man. In more than 20 years, this was the longest sentence Li Shi had said to Gu Xingyun. But this sentence was like the sharpest knife, penetrating the anger and resentment that Gu Xingyun had suppressed for many years. His elegant face became distorted in an instant, and he suddenly stood up from the sofa. Li Shi was motionless. Gu Xingyun's eyes were red, and he pinched Li Shi's slender white neck. I am a bastard. I don't deserve to be a man. Then who do you say is a man? Ah. Say it. B*TCH, you are also a B*TCH. Slap. Gu Xingyun, who was like a crazy devil, slapped Li Shi's pretty face hard. Who is the man in your heart? Li Kuangtu. He had a good time King Yu, didn't he? I heard that you and Situtsang Yue served him together. Shameless B*TCH. How am I inferior to her? Say it, tell me. Li Shi was slapped to the ground. Her face was red and swollen, but she still raised her head and looked at Gu Xingyun with disdain. That was a kind of arrogance, although embarrassed, but still unwilling to compromise and give in. Gu Xingyun seemed to be familiar with the arrogance. At that time, those years, he had personally sent this woman to the side of the young chosen one. She stood so proudly beside him, looking down at everyone like a goddess. Including Gu Xingyun himself. Gu Xingyun's eyes became scarlet, and he stared at Li Shi. Are you a man? Li Shi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of contempt. I am not a man. Gu Xingyun laughed wildly. Don't you know whether I am a man or not? Don't you know how Qingqing came to be? Li Shi's face was pale. She stood up tremblingly, and said coldly, the thing I regret most is to give birth to Qingqing for you. Slap. The furious Gu Xingyun slapped Li Shi's face again. Regret? He sneered and looked at Li Shi, who fell to the ground. You regret giving birth to my daughter. Don't you regret giving birth to Li Kuangtu's daughter? Don't forget that you killed that bastard and Li Kuangtu with your own hands. Regret? What qualifications do you have to regret? You bitch. Ha, Li Shi sneered and took a breath. You gave your woman to your opponent and willingly wore a green hat for many years. Are you proud? I am a bitch. Why didn't you say that when you asked me to get close to him? What do you have to be proud of? As long as you are alive, there will always be green on your head. What are you proud of? What am I proud of? What am I proud of? Gu Xingyun's face was pale, and blood gushed from the corner of his mouth again, but he became excited. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Li Shi's hair, and dragged her out of the window. Outside the window was the constant wind and snow. Dawn broke. Kunlun City was shimmering. Look! Gu Xingyun pointed out the window. These are all mine. Kunlun City is mine, and you are also mine. I have the entire special warfare system of Zhongzhou State. What am I proud of? What do you think I am proud of? Everything in exchange for a green hat. Is it really worth being proud of? He is dead. Gu Xingyun looked furious and said with a grim smile, he is already dead. You're the one who killed him. All my shame has been washed clean. Li Shi fell to the ground. Her cheeks were swollen, and her face was bleak. That was despair and numbness without any hope. This is what you should do. You shouldn't insult me with these things. Gu Xingyan kept gasping. He looked at Li Shi sitting on the ground, and his eyes became a little dazed. He squatted down in front of Li Shi and reached out to touch Li Shi's face. All the irritation completely disappeared from his face, and his voice was indescribably gentle. Did I hurt you? You shouldn't have angered me. Li Shi looked at Gu Xingyan with empty eyes. This poor and hateful woman had nothing to say. As early as when she was taken into this snow mountain by her father, she had no choice. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Until today, when she suddenly looked back at her own way, she found that all the things she had experienced along the way, in the bright and lonely silence, were all sins. As long as you are willing to be obedient, your father and Qingchen will be fine. Do you know? Gu Xingyan gently touched Li Shi's red and swollen face. The dark world has not been peaceful recently. Gu Qianchuan's strength is too poor. When necessary, you have to fight for Kunlun City and do what I should do. Can you do it? Li Shi nodded numbly. Go ahead. Gu Xingyan said with a smile, if you have the chance, kill Situ Yue for me. All bitches deserve to die, right? Li Shi did not speak, stood up, and walked out numbly. Gu Xingyan narrowed his eyes and looked at her back. Li Shi's long hair fluttered, and the ends of her hair seemed to be white with snowflakes. The beauty had white hair. Gu Xingyan was in a trance and laughed at himself. They didn't depend on each other until their hair turned white. The Prime Minister knew that he was still holding his sword. Such a couple, even if they were rich and powerful, what he got from her was only emptiness and loneliness. Li Shi opened the door. It was early morning outside the window of Kunlun City. Chapter 333. If there was a return, there would naturally be a departure. When Dongqing Wudi, who had stayed up all night, pushed open the door of the study and walked into the living room, breakfast had been served in the dining room. Bai Qingqian put a bowl of clear porridge on the table, looked at Dongqing Wudi coming over, smiled gently, and said softly, let's eat first. Okay. Dongqing Wudi took the porridge and took a sip. He frowned slightly, and his eyes were full of solemnity. Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyan appeared in Linpen. Li Honghe was seriously injured and attacked. Li Honghe did not die. Overnight, this piece of intelligence, which was not top secret, had flown to every corner of Zhongzhou State. The patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai and the contemporary god of war of Zhongzhou State attacked the former god of war of Zhongzhou State. The most important thing was that the person who was attacked was injured but not dead. Everyone knew what this meant. Dongqing Wudi received the news from Lin, and almost immediately. When he received the news, Dongqing Wudi's first reaction was to leave for Lin, and immediately. However, when he was preparing the helicopter, he returned to the study and held a core meeting of the Dongqing clan. In other words, it was a core network meeting of the giant group of Zhongzhou State. Dongqing Wudi was one of the 9 giants standing at the top of Zhongzhou State. As the actual number 1 person in the military, he was ahead of the old man of the Zhou family in terms of real power and ranking of giants. Therefore, after Dongqing Wudi officially became a giant in Zhongzhou State 2 years ago, the supreme leadership of the giant group had been transferred to the Dongqing clan. Dongqing Wudi could now be said to be the spiritual flag of the entire giant group. He should hold a core network meeting of the giant group. The meeting lasted most of the night. Dongqing Wudi, who was sitting at the table, looked solemn and gloomy. The result is not good? Bai Qingqian glanced at Dongqing Wudi and asked softly, what did they say? She was the top leader of Guangdong province of Zhongzhou State and one of the absolute core figures in the giant group. However, in the past few days in the Dongqing clan, Bai Qingqian seemed to be willing to be a good wife and mother, taking good care of Dongqing Wudi and Dongqing Hanguang. She paid no attention to the outside world and didn't even attend the core meeting last night. The corners of Dongqing Wudi's mouth twitched, and he said slowly, some people think that we shouldn't offend the Wang family of Beihai. On the contrary, we should use this opportunity to do Wang Tianzong a favor, so that we can get more bargaining chips when we trade with the Border Control Corps. A cold anger flashed in Bai Qingqian's eyes. What's the reason? She asked. Reason, Dongqing Wudi sneered. They think that Tianlan's situation is too dangerous to be worth the full investment of the giant group. Moreover, the identity of Rushi's fiancé doesn't seem to carry enough weight in their eyes. The old bastard of the Liu family directly took advantage of his seniority at the meeting and suggested that I carefully consider the engagement between Rushi and Tianlan. He even proposed the specific candidate. What was that? Does he really think he's the same as when he was still in office? Who did he propose? Bai Qingqian's tone was calm, without the slightest joy or anger. Dongqing Wudi hesitated, glanced at his wife, and whispered, "It's Wang Jingxin." Bai Qingqian's pupils suddenly contracted. Wang Jingxin, the most famous backbone of the young generation of the Wang family of Beihai in recent years. In the early years, his reputation was even higher than Wang Xingxiao's. Wang Jingxin was not a martial arts genius, but a political figure that the entire Wang family of Beihai had high hopes for. He was the best choice in terms of boldness, vision, and wisdom. Now he was regarded by many as the person who might finally reach the top in Zhongzhou state after 20 years. Wang Jingxin was the oldest of the young generation of the Wang family of Beihai. He was not from the lineal branch represented by Wang Tianzong, nor was he from the gradually growing power of Wang Qinglei's branch. Instead, he came from another branch whose power was not obvious and was extremely low-key. He was 32 years old, one of the governors of Jiangxia province, and the top leader of Lin'an, the provincial capital of Jiangxia province. With such a status, Wang Jingxin's existence could be said to be the focus of attention. Zhou Yuanshan, Dongqing Qiuqi of the giant group, Wang Jingxin of the southeast group, in every era, there were a few strong figures who began to show themselves in the political circle at a young age. They were young enough to be on an equal footing with the older generation. They were the focus of attention and were naturally regarded as the future leaders of Zhongzhou state. And Wang Jingxin was the most dazzling one in these people's eyes. Although he was 10 years older than Dongqing Rushi, if Dongqing Rushi really married him, it could not be said that she was marrying from a lower position. Bai Qingqian was not angry. Instead, she thought carefully for a while and then said lightly, "In this way, the Wang family of Beihai has already begun to act." She paused and continued, "It's very likely that after the failure of last night's action, Wang Tianzong has already given some instructions." Dongqing Wudi nodded. He agreed with his wife's statement. The power of the giant group was extremely huge. On paper, it was even not weaker than the two giants, the Prince Group and the Southeast Group. However, the groups composed of these giants were extremely loose. Unless it was a matter of life and death, they rarely had the same voice. The Liu family was the backbone of the giant group, but the family had a lot of cooperation with the Wang family of Beihai and was very close to some important figures of the Wang family of Beihai. The Liu family definitely did not mention Wang Jingxin at the meeting on a whim, nor did they make fun of Wang Jingxin. The Liu family mentioned Wang Jingxin, which meant that the Wang family of Beihai really had such an appeal now. They just used a more euphemistic action to test the attitude of the Dongqing clan. "What about your attitude?" Bai Qingqian asked. To a certain extent, the Liu family's suggestion could represent a force of the giant group. On the matter of how to deal with the Li family, the Dongqing family, the Bai family, and the Zhou family had reached a consensus. But under the three pillars of the wealthy families, those backbone forces also needed to be appeased. The Dongqing clan's refusal of the Liu family's proposal was far from enough to make the Liu family split, but they must try their best to appease the Liu family. This was a necessary lesson for a leader. "I refused." Dongqing Wudi shook his head. Bai Qingqian did not speak, just looked at him quietly. Refusal was an attitude. But Bai Qingqian was not satisfied with such an attitude. Dongqing Wudi smiled helplessly and said seriously, "What do you think?" He knew Bai Qingqian very well. Bai Qingqian was known for being strong among the senior officials. When it came to Li Tianlan, her performance would only be more intense. Let Yuanshan suppress Wang Jingxin. That's my attitude. Bai Qingqian said. Yuanshan, Dongchen Wudi was a little hesitant. He had high hopes for Zhou Yuanshan, the eldest son-in-law. And if this matter succeeded, the significance would not be as simple as suppressing Wang Jingxin. Let's see what Yuanshan thinks. Dongchen Wudi said. Bai Qingqian nodded. Compared with Wang Jingxin, Yuanshan still has an advantage in seniority. He won't refuse. It's not a matter of seniority. Dongchen Wudi smiled bitterly. No matter what the problem is, as long as he has the heart, it's okay. Bai Qingqian's tone was concise. Dongchen Wudi was silent. Heart. This word represented many things. It could be said to be ambition or friendship. The focus of all things was not on the engagement between Wang Jingxin and Dongchen Rushi, nor on the core meeting inside the giant group. Li Honghe was attacked and did not die. That was the real focus. Li Honghe was dead. Nothing needed to be mentioned. Even the Dongchen clan would protect Li Tianlan at that time and would not do anything extra. But Li Honghe did not die. So this matter became an opportunity for the Li family to rise again. Li Honghe's identity was too special and lofty. As the former god of war of Zhongzhou State, he could be said to be one of the greatest veterans and contributors in Zhongzhou State in recent decades. No matter how down and out the Li family was, Li Honghe was also a veteran. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City attacked him. No matter what the reality was, at least on the surface, they were challenging the system that the six of Zhongzhou State followed and blatantly breaking the rules. So they had to pay the price. The price could be big or small. If someone was willing to stand up for the Li family, they could definitely get a lot of chips in this matter. The academics might take action, but they had always been steady and would not stand out. And from the standpoint of the academics, it was more in their interests to protect Li Tianlan after Li Honghe's death. So the Dongchen clan was most likely to stand up for the Li family. So as soon as the attack failed and the Dongchen clan held a core meeting, the Wang family of Beihai had begun to test Dongchen Wudi's attitude through the Lu family. Bai Qingqian suggested that Zhou Yuanshan suppress Wang Jingxin. If everything went well, Wang Jingxin would definitely go further this year or next year and become the governor of Jiangxia province. Bai Qingqian made it clear that she wanted Zhou Yuanshan to grab this position. It was not difficult to operate. It was the price that the Wang family of Beihai had to pay. But once Zhou Yuanshan went to Jiangxia, his identity would become very different. Li Honghe was attacked and did not die. Zhongzhou State had to give Li Honghe some compensation. Once Zhou Yuanshan went there, to some extent, he was no longer the future leader candidate of the giant group. Instead, he became the founder of the future political power of the Li family. This identity did not seem to change much in the short term, but in the long run, it was undoubtedly very subtle. If Li Tianlan could grow up in the future, Zhou Yuanshan would definitely become the veteran and leader of the new group, which would even go higher than when he was in the giant group. But the premise was that the Li family and Li Tianlan could grow up. Of course, there were risks, but the returns would also be extremely rich. Zhou Yuanshan and Wang Jingxin had their own advantages and disadvantages, but looking at 20 years later, Zhou Yuanshan's odds of winning were not high. Their abilities might be equal, but at the most critical moment, it was difficult for him to get the strongest support in the giant group. But if he entered the Li family, it might be a different scene. So Zhou Yuanshan would certainly not refuse to go to Jiangxia. As long as Dongchen Wudi agreed. What are you hesitating about? Bai Qingqian looked at Dongchen Wudi and asked. This was an extremely rare opportunity, especially for Li Tianlan. He was the young governor of Sai City and had a certain foundation in the dark world. Now he got the investment of the Flourishing Age Fund and had economic support. The future of the young people of the East Emperor Palace was promising and bright. With this opportunity, he could get the most important political power. If everything went well, the Li family would have risen again in Zhongzhou State. Although their current strength was still very weak, it was already in its embryonic form. They had everything they should have, and this was all Li Tianlan's power. Bai Qingxian smiled and said softly, "You haven't decided whether to stand up for the Li family or not?" Dongqing Wudi's eyelids twitched. Bai Qingxian's voice was gentle, but the content gradually became sharp. For the Li family, this game of chess has just begun, but for the Dongqing clan, years of planning has already reached the end stage. Back then, you wanted to ask for change and wanted to break the bottleneck of the Dongqing clan, so all this happened today. How brave the Dongqing clan was. Why have you become so cowardly at a time like this, when I need you the most to protect my plan? Wudi, you are the god of massacre of Zhongzhou state. Is it because your status has become higher that your courage has become smaller? Bai Qingxian turned her head to look out of the window and said in a flat tone, "I still prefer you in those days. You were high-spirited and fearless. At least at that time, you could and dared to protect some of the most important things to you. At that time, we were both very young. You could fight with Gu Xingyun for me, smash Wang Tianzong's car for your family, refuse to admit defeat even when you were beaten, and dare to open Li Guangtu's head with a wine bottle. You at that time were my favorite." Dongqing Wudi's eyes were in a trance. He seemed to remember the playboy's reckless life when he was young. He fought with Gu Xingyun, cursed at Wang Tianzong, and despised Li Guangtu. Although he often did not get any advantage, he got Bai Qingxian because of it. "I'm leaving." Bai Qingxian said softly. "Zhang Yu has seriously injured Gu Xingyun. There will be changes in the northeast soon. I must go back to stabilize the situation in Guangdong. I know you are under a lot of pressure now, so I won't try to influence you. But when Tianlan needs strength, I will not give up my persistence." Dongqing Wudi was silent. Bai Qingxian said it very clearly. He knew what her so-called persistence was. But when Li Tianlan needed support most, at the critical moment of the Li family's rise again, even if the whole world remained silent, Bai Qingxian would still stick to her persistence. Even if she had to bet everything, she would give all her strength without reservation. Some love did not need reason. Bai Qingxian took out a document from her bag and handed it to Dongqing Wudi. Dongqing Wudi took it and glanced at it. His face suddenly changed dramatically. It was a divorce agreement. And it was a divorce agreement that Bai Qingxian had signed. As long as Dongqing Wudi wrote his name on it, his years of husband and wife relationship with Bai Qingxian would end here. What does this mean? Dongqing Wudi frowned tightly. "I didn't say I wouldn't do it. Tianlan will be fine. I will be fine." Bai Qingxian smiled gently. "I want more than this." The corners of Dongqing Wudi's eyes kept twitching. Of course, he knew what Bai Qingxian wanted. The three pillars of the giant group had already reached a consensus that they would definitely support the Li family, but no one said much about how much support they would give. But this matter was crucial. The strength of their support for the Li family was directly related to how much the Li family would benefit from this matter. There was no doubt that Bai Qingxian wanted the full support of the Dongqing clan. That was the most difficult thing for Dongqing Wudi. "Qingxian, don't force me." Dongqing Wudi's voice was slow like an old man's. From his own standpoint, he was naturally willing to fully support Li Tianlan. But supporting Li Tianlan and supporting the Li family were two completely different things. Although this was an opportunity for Li Tianlan, if he fully supported Li Tianlan, he would also encounter a lot of resistance. Dongqing Wudi naturally had to weigh the pros and cons. Born as a human, I always have to shoulder the responsibilities I should shoulder. Bai Qingxian's tone was indifferent. "You're more than a soldier." She looked at the divorce agreement in Dongqing Wudi's hand and said slowly, "I'm not threatening you with this. This is my decision after careful consideration. Wudi, sign it. After signing it, what you want to do has nothing to do with me, and what I want to do has nothing to do with you. Why torture each other? I don't want to see my husband, the only man I've ever loved in this life, gradually become the kind of person I despise the most. It's good for everyone to sign it. It has nothing to do with me." Dongqing Wudi's eyes flashed with angry sparks. What do you want to do? Qingqian, do you know what will happen once you do something? It's good to die. Bai Qingqian's voice was stiff and numb. These years, I've been living a life worse than death. I've been tired for a long time. Do you know how I survived? I hate you as much as I love you. Dongqing Wudi's body shook violently. At this moment, Bai Qingqian was so sad, like a heart that was bleeding at any time placed directly in front of him. He thought of Bai Qingqian's gentleness these days and her indifference for many years. What kind of struggle was this? The divorce agreement turned into ashes in Dongqing Wudi's hands. Dongqing Wudi's eyes became determined. I'll leave for Lin and right away. He said word by word, Yuan Shan will go to Jiangzhe. Trust me once. I'll do my best to fight for it. Bai Qingqian was silent for a while and nodded. You asked for a lot. Now it's time to reap the rewards. How can you not take a little risk? You did nothing. Why should Tianlan accept what he shouldn't have? How can he travel and his engagement with Rushi? Dongqing Wudi's eyes were a little weak. Bai Qingqian seemed to be satisfied with his attitude, but she was not moved. She still hated him. This was a knot that couldn't be untied. I'm leaving. Bai Qingqian walked to the door. When she was near the door, she paused and continued, I'll be back on the Mid-Autumn Festival. The sound of a helicopter whistling outside the window sounded. Bai Qingqian was about to leave. And Dongqing Wudi was about to set off. Bai Qingqian walked into the car. Dongqing Wudi got on the plane. One went south, and the other went north. They didn't do it for the Li family. They did it for Li Tianlan. After today, the Li family, which had been silent in Zhongzhou state for many years, would officially set off again under the leadership of Li Tianlan. They would go to the distance and the supreme place where they used to be. There were waves and storms ahead. But there must be an end when there was a start. Readers, 670548567 brothers who haven't added me, please add me. I can't post a group number in the book review section.